as he was pointing at it. He told me everything was sorted and managed.
Yes.
Can you confirm that I read that correctly?
So what does
Yes,
Yaku
yes,
mean
yes,
when he
yes,
says to you
yes.
there at the end of paragraph 3?
So what does
Everything
Yaku
was
mean when he
sorted
says
and
to you there at
managed?
the
We
end
were
of
talking
paragraph
about the
3?
goods.
Everything was
She said,
sorted
don't
and
worry. That's
managed.
what made me. We were talking about the goods. Wake me up. She said, don't worry. That's what made me angry. And wake me up. He said, there's a success here. You see, and there's no success. I didn't see anything there. You see, so no, don't worry. They said, no, Yako, mustn't lie. You see, but that's when again I got angry and moved.
And
You
a
see,
reference,
but he was talking
the
about
reference
successes
by
and the
Mr.
goods.
Yaku to success.
And
You
a
understood that
reference,
to be a
the reference
to
by Mr.
the
Yaku to success,
recovery
you
of-
understood that
No,
to
it
be a
was about the
reference
goods.
to
the goods.
Yeah, it was about
the
the goods.
recovery
Even in Local, it was
of...
about the goods. No, it was about the
Please
goods.
assist
The goods.
the
Yeah,
commission.
it was
Why
about the
would
goods. Even in
Yaku
Local, it was
phone
about the
you
goods.
And please
in
assist
order to
the
inform
commission,
you
why
about,
would Yaku phone you
a successful
in order to
or
inform
potential
you
successful
about
recovery of goods at 2 a.m. in the morning?
a successful
No,
or
he used
potential
to do that.
successful recovery of goods
Yako-
at 2 a.m. in the morning?
No, he used to do that. He was not a person who likes to sleep. He was very good in terms of gathering. He was not a person who likes to sleep. He's very good in terms of gathering information. There are many operations that we did, successful operations, where he will call you at night, he will call you at 3 a.m., different times. But you know, 99 or let me say 70% of what is calling is a good information. He may then sometimes may not work with others and tell you, hey, Luna, there's a success work, but I know that. When he says there's this information, he has worked. See, even if he said members, even go yourself, you know that you are going to brand with that, or you are going to brand what you are going to. You will get good publicity on that success.
In light of the
He was that
kind
type of a person.
In light of the kind of
give you 2 minutes, Mr. Sasedi, may I perhaps give you 2 minutes to wrap up? As I said at the beginning, it was not likely that we would finish. As I said at the beginning, it was not likely that we would finish this part of it. Come back in the new year. The commissioner will have to.
Thank you,
Come
Chairperson.
back
Then
in
let
the
me
new
just
year.
ask a question or two regarding.
the
Thank you,
statement.
Chairperson. Then let me just ask a question or two
Just one.
regarding the statement and. Yeah.
Perhaps just
Commissioner,
Just one.
in light of what you've shared with
the commission
Commissioner,
thus far
in
about
light of what
the
you've
content
shared
of
with
the
the Commission thus far about
in particular
the content of the statement,
identification on your part of SAPS
in particular
motor
the
vehicles.
identification
What was
on
your
your part of
understanding about the kind
SAPS
of
motor
operation
vehicles,
that was
what
taking
was your
place there
understanding
when you
about
arrived?
the kind of
I've said-
operation that was taking place there when you arrived?
I've said that I could see that there was a big. It was a big operation. That means what was saying. There was an operation, and when you say goods, that means what was saying. When I was
And your
approaching,
reference to big
it's something
operation
that one
is a
can say
reference
this is a
to
success.
law
And your
enforcement
reference to
operation
big
or what
operation
other-
is a
what
reference
type of
to
operation are you
a
referencing?
law enforcement
No, they're
operation, or
officers. It's a
what
law
other
enforcement
what type of operation are you referencing?
No, they're officers. It's a law enforcement. They were officers. It's a law
They're-
enforcement
they are
agency's
officers.
operation. They were officers. It's a law enforcement agency's operation. It's a law enforcement operation. When you see, for the mere fact that they are police, it's a law enforcement operation. When you see, because when there are police that are standing there, that means that there's an operation of police.
Here's my
And Yako worked with private companies and
presence of
police.
police.
Where in your statement do
No,
you
I've said
identify
Marcus is police.
the presence of police there? Thank you, Commissioner.
No, I've said Marcus is police.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Mutlasedi.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Ms. Mutlasedi.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you very, very much. Commissioner, as I said, thank you very, very much. But as I said earlier, you will have to come back in the new year. Let's adjourn and resume at 11:35. Let's adjourn and resume at 11:35.
All right, good morning again, everyone. We are ready to resume. All right, good morning again, everyone. We are ready to resume Minister Mkunu's testimony. Can I request the media to respect the line once you've taken your shots? We want to give you the opportunity to take your pictures. But please remember the line, 3 rows back. Thank you. Thank you. And please, to members of the public, switch off your cell phones. Thank you.
Ms. Sillo.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Sillo.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Chair of the Commission and Commissioners. Good afternoon, Chair of the Commission and Commissioners.
I don't like the idea of having to look at the time before I greet somebody. In my language, it doesn't happen. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair. For purposes of the record, thank you, Chair. For purposes of the record, testimony of just to state, we continue with the testimony of on Tuesday afternoon. Minister Senzo Mkunu, which started on Tuesday afternoon, and the 2nd of December. And because of our programming challenges, Mr. Mkunu was gracious enough to permit us to continue with the witness who was under subpoena for yesterday, and he is back today to complete his testimony. Once again, for the record, when we started with the testimony of Mr. Mkunu, Ms. Lee Sigal Ngube was leading her, working with me. There's a slight change in the team today, and it's still myself, but this time I'm with Ms. Tabampuwe, Advocate Tabampuwe. But that should not impact anything at all. It will have no impact on the process. With your leave, there is something I would like to address. Chair, with your leave, there is something I would like to address. To correct the public perception. If anything to correct the public perception. On Tuesday, that appears to have taken root out there. On Tuesday, when Minister Mkunu presented himself before the commission, he was wearing a hearing aid. And unfortunately, the public has interpreted that in different ways. Exceptionally incorrect. Most of the ways exceptionally incorrect. That Mr. Mkunu brought to our attention. I would like to place on record that Mr. Mkunu brought to our attention that he has hearing challenges, as with anyone, sometimes. He has hearing challenges sometimes. Himself and us on the one hand, in order to facilitate engagement between himself and us on the one hand, and the commissioners on the other, the commission provided him with a hearing aid that is connected to the commission system to enable audibility or to improve audibility. So that hearing aid that the public may see is not one brought by Minister Mkunu. It has not been provided to him by his legal team or anyone, and it is for no other purpose except to facilitate better hearing by him. So I thought it is necessary to put that on record and clear any misconceptions that may be there out publicly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was about to ask where it is today. I see.
Thank you.
I was about to ask where it is today. I see Mr. Michaels taking it across.
You want me to say something to test? Okay. You want me to say something to test? Okay. Are you comfortable? Are we ready to proceed, Minister Mkunu? Are you
Very
comfortable? Are we ready
Thank you
to
very
proceed, Minister Mkunu? Mr.
Very
Mkunu,
comfortable.
as
Thank you very much.
the situation was on Tuesday. Mr. Mkunu, as you should have the situation was on Tuesday. Containing your statement. You should have before you a file containing your statement that you had begun to testify on. And then you have a series of files that are marked. And then you have a series of files that are marked, together with your statement. Four of which were tendered on your behalf together with your statement, and that contains your annexures. Other files, and there are three other files, and these are marked exhibits, and those are the documents that are being tendered by the Commission. As it is, or by the evidence leaders. As and when we need to refer you to any particular document, as and when we need to refer you to any particular document during the course of your testimony, we will do our best to be as precise as we can and direct you to the correct file and the correct page. So for the moment, you don't have to worry about the fact that you are surrounded by 8 files. We'll find a way to manipulate our way through all that morass. Turning then to your statement, you left the Commission when you left the Commission on. You had gone as far as Tuesday. Page 21. You had gone as far as page 21. As per agreement on Tuesday, and as per agreement, you'll be given an opportunity on Tuesday to put across you'll be given an opportunity. But once again, to put across your version of the PKTT. But once again, as regards strictly the issues of the PKTT. There shall be no and as stated on record during that time. There shall be no engagement with you during that time, and until you have completed your version. And when I say engagement, it basically is to limit myself. I will not speak on behalf of the commissioners. The commissioners may, as it happened on Tuesday, ask clarification questions as and when it becomes necessary. And on my estimation, considering the time, you should comfortably conclude that process. You should comfortably conclude that process. And I just wanted in the next 1 hour, 30 minutes or so. I'm not rushing. And I just wanted to check with you whether that is comfortable. I'm not rushing you through the process, am I? Okay. I trust we shall, but and will attempt to do so. I trust we shall, but and will attempt to do so. I'd invite you with those few words. Then I'd invite you to address the next topic of your statement, starting at page 22.
Thank you very.
Oh, sorry. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. Please go ahead,
Commissioners. Thank you very much, Commissioners. Just before I proceed to page 22, go back. I just want to comments. Go back a little bit to the comments that were made by Commissioner Khumalo, but very briefly. They were made by Commissioner Khumalo, but very briefly. And the comments that were made by Commissioner Baloyi. Just to say that. Just to say that when Commissioner Khumalo asked me to cast my eye on paragraph 8.10 I did so, of the Marai Committee report, I did so, of the paragraph. And my reading of the paragraph. That 810 says task teams. That I quote directly. That 810 says task teams subjected. I quote directly. Impact analysis should be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of existing teams. This was now 2024. They were worried about the state of the teams or some teams in some provinces. So my reading is and then putting a mechanism for that. So my reading is that it is with reference to the provincial teams. Is that it is with reference to the provincial teams. And it is common cause specialized task teams, and it is common cause that the National Political Killings Task Team is a national task team, and therefore doesn't apply to it. Spoke about Commissioner Baloyi spoke about the existence of murder and robbery at the time, up to the end of the year 2024. At the time, or up to the end of the year 2024, when I wrote the directive structure, the new in relation to the structure, the new structure that had been developed, to say whether after we came, was to say whether that murder and robbery was in existence or it was still to exist in terms of the new structure. Beyond any doubt, and I do want to confirm that beyond any doubt, even as we negotiated the new structure or discussed the new structure during our orientation and up to the end of the year, the murder and robbery was in full existence, depending on a province here and there, but it was in full existence. And the pointers to that, even on the 12th, as evidence, even on the 12th of July, during the orientation, presentation that was made, during the orientation, presentation that was made indicated clearly indicated that it does exist murder and robbery. It does exist murder and robbery. Apart from was already in existence. Apart from all other evidence, evidential documentation that I've given, of course, to you, even at that meeting, and of course, there were even at that meeting, there were comments. The latter was issued at the time. The latter was issued at the time when establishment of murder and robbery. There were discussions in relation to the establishment of murder and robbery. And in the past, there was a unit called Brixton, which was dealing with murder and robbery unit, and it was doing which was dealing with the issues of murder and robbery, and it was doing very well. These were part of the discussions that ensued. But as we were holding our discussions, but this is an extract from the evidence given by Deputy Minister Matale at the ad hoc committee. 58. It is on paragraph 58. I do also have this document, but I do also have this document at my disposal, 2020 structure, which is a 2020 at the beginning of the structure. At the beginning of the previous administration, I don't know whether commissioners have. It clearly, like the one that I was putting, it clearly indicates that the murder and robbery that we're talking about, the structure, the murder and robbery that we're talking about, did exist in column 3 in this document as a section, as I was explaining, murder and robbery, and then there are other sections below that. So these are part of the there was material evidence that showed that there was indeed meant to be murder and robbery, and the department was making efforts throughout at officials level to build murder and robbery. That is why even in 2019, as 2018, as just 2 months or 3 months. In fact, 2018, as just 2 months or 3 months in September, after the establishment of the NPKTT in September, they then commissioned a study because there was this intention all the time to ensure that you build murder and robbery.
Just a second.
Now, the last matter.
Just a second, Minister.
I was about to address
We've
that.
just been,
we've also been given
I
was about to address that. We've also been given documents to organizational structure, and another one documents relating to organizational structure, and another one also addressing organizational structure, but that one is dated 2025. To place on record, I take it that during the course of lunch, I take it that with the submission of these documents, the minister would like to have them included in the record. We will work with the attorneys to determine whether they are part of an existing annexure or how best to mark them for purposes of the record. And then we shall update the commissioner's file
Justice Sajis,
as
perhaps they
necessary
should go to
over the lunch period.
minister's Justice Sajis, perhaps they should go to the minister's annexures file.
Yes.
And then you can just give a letter if they relate to, for example, annexure 22.
Indeed.
We
Then
shall
you
do
have
so,
a 22A.
but I guess we will have to satisfy
We
ourselves.
shall
that
do
they are
so,
relevant
Yes, if they
to that
but I guess we will have to
otherwise
satisfy
we'll
ourselves
find
that they are relevant
Yes, if they
to
are.
that particular
If-
annexure.
thank you.
Otherwise, we'll
If
have to
they
find
are.
an, yes.
Only
yes.
if
Minister,
they are interrupted.
definitely will
Thank
do,
you,
Chair.
thank you,
Thank you.
thank you. Minister, I
Thank you very much.
interrupted you.
The last preliminary. Thank you very much. Just the last preliminary issue, just before I get to page 22, bring in yet is another document. Just to bring in yet another document on interministerial as of committees this year. As of February this year, but reflecting the position as we started the new administration, confirms that the interministerial task team or ministerial committee on doesn't form political killings doesn't form part that we have of the list that we have killings on political killings. All others but except that one. And it was on the basis of that understanding when I issued the December last year. Letter of directives as of 31 December last year. That was the existing position at the time. Page 22. I now want to proceed, therefore, to page 22.
Before
You do and responded to it. You've accepted my invitation and responded to it. Is the first preliminary point you addressed. Because our proceedings are transcribed, you were responding to a document that appears in file 205. Your annexures on page 201, and it is paragraph 8.10 of the Murray report.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner. Minister, the document you just referenced. Thank you, Commissioner. Minister, the document you just referenced
that has been submitted,
just
or
to
is that yet another?
confirm, is it one
It's
of the
yet
two
another.
that has been submitted, or is that yet another?
It's yet another.
Yet another.
Copies thereof, and we shall treat it in the
We
same
trust that
fashion
will
as
be
we do
provided
this.
with copies thereof, and we shall treat it in the same fashion as we do this too.
Now,
Thank you.
page 22 addresses, which is the next topic. Page 22 addresses, which is the next topic, the role of the minister vis-à-vis the role of the National Commission. In discharging my ministerial responsibilities as police minister, I have at all times understood the constitutional and strategic framework governing policing, including my authority to determine national policy and to issue directives to the National Commissioner within the framework. And in this regard, I've also made my own personal efforts to intensify my understanding of the environment as appointed to police department. And I want to point out right at the beginning that we dispel the notion that the Minister of Police has no operational. The notion that the Minister of Police has no operational, although I put it inside italics, has no operational role whatsoever insofar as has no operational role whatsoever insofar as police are concerned. It will be remembered. It is solely for that reason that I make that statement. That powers. And there was no civilian and ministerial control over the functions. And there was no civilian and ministerial control over the functions. Abuses of human rights. Which resulted in grave abuses of human rights. Our Constitution departs from that particular history and places the police firmly under the public control. and the police reside under a political head for a good reason. That was one of the significant changes from the old era, the apartheid era, to the new era of democracy. And it was meant to, among other things, mitigate against what we had experienced as a nation Section 206 the apartheid era of the Constitution. Section 206 of the Constitution addresses the political responsibilities service for the police states that a member of cabinet. Subsection 1 therefore states that a member of cabinet must be responsible for policing and must determine national policing policy after consulting the provinces or provincial governments and taking into account the policing needs and priorities of the provinces and determined by the provincial executives. Deals with the control and then Section 207 with subsection deals with the control of the police service. With subsection 1 and subsection 2, the President providing as follows. Must appoint a woman or a man. The President, as head of the National Executive, must appoint a woman or a man as the National Commissioner of Police Service to control and manage police service. The National Commissioner must exercise control over and manage police service in accordance with the National Policing Policy and the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policy. Very clear. So those two sections are very clear in my understanding, and I worked on the basis of what I understood them to mean. Then there's Section 207, which establishes the civilian secretariat and provides for a civilian secretariat for the police service, which must be established by national legislation to function under the direction of cabinet member responsible for policing. So according to the Constitution, Minister has three distinct powers. Firstly, it is to determine national policing policy. Second one is the power to direct the National Commissioner when exercising the power to direct the National Commissioner when exercising his or her powers of managing in terms of Section 207 the police service of managing and controlling the police service. And then thirdly, the power to direct the civilian secretariat for police, which secretariat must be established by national legislation. The Constitution does not prescribe the content of the national policing policy to determine the content. And this is left to the minister to determine the content. Take into account the policing needs. The policy must, however, take into account the policing needs and priorities of the province. And clearly, the Constitution contemplates that sets the framework, the all-encompassing policy of the police that sets the framework for the operations of the police. Now, I just want to indicate develop the policing policy. Indicate that we developed the policing policy. So it is in the course of last year, completed it, signed it off. There are other sections that are relevant and are important, and I propose that there are other sections that are relevant and are important, and I propose that I don't necessarily Section 2 and 3 go through them one by one. Section 2 and 3 of SAPS Act. And then the Constitution and the SAPS Act, which indeed envisage that the policy and directions of the minister will be enforceable by, in the main, the Secretariat. In paragraph 67, and also in paragraph 67, make reference to the nature of the directions that the minister may issue to the National Commissioner. Now, which I'm saying are not necessarily specified in terms in terms of the content. Other issues, and of course, other issues that arise in the exercise of power by the minister. I want to proceed now to paragraph 68. to
Therefore,
paragraph
the National
68.
Commissioner's operational powers.
Yes.
Therefore,
must
the
be
National
exercised
Commissioner's
in accordance
operational
with
powers
the directions
must
and
be
policy
exercised in accordance
issued
with
by the
the
Minister.
directions and
This is not
policy
surprising.
issued by the Minister.
A surprising
This is not
feature of the
surprising.
Constitution.
A surprising feature of the Constitution. And at the heart of Chapter 11 of the Constitution
The police
is the
service
need to place the
under
public,
control by
the
imposing
police
political
service
oversight,
under the
as it
public
has
control
happened-
by
as it has
imposing
happened over
political
time
oversight, as it has happened over time during
This is
at the advent of our
from various
democracy.
provisions dealing
This
with
is,
the police,
this is apparent
providing
from
extensive
various
powers
provisions
to the
dealing with the
minister
police
responsible for
and
policing,
providing extensive powers to
like
the
Section
minister
206,
responsible for policing,
Section
like
206,
Section 206,
206,
1, Section 206, 3E, 206, 8, 207, 2, and 207, 3, and
National Commissioner
208,
has the
all those
powers
subsections. The
contained
National
in
Commissioner has the
11(2)D,
powers
and this is
contained in
in my
11.2D,
statement.
and this is an important paragraph
He has
in my statement.
sections. He has powers
He
contained in
has section. He has
of the
powers
SAPS
contained
Act
in section
to
11.2D
organize and
of the SAPS
reorganize,
Act
the service
to
into various
organize and
components
reorganize
or units
the service into
or even
various
groups,
components
but that
or
power
units or even
contained
groups.
in 11.2D
But that power
does not
contained
is not
in
relevant
11.2D
to the issue
does
of
not
national police-
is not
national
relevant
political
to the
killing task
issue of the national police
Because this
national
was
political
not-
killing task team.
This team was not
Because
established by
this was
the
not
commissioner in
this
terms
team was
of
not established
those
by
powers
the
at
commissioner
11.2D.
in terms of those
I have
powers at
indicated
11.2D.
that this was solely
I have indicated
established
above
through the intervention
that this
of
was
the
solely
President,
established through the intervention
and
of the President
via and then who established then the interministerial committee,
and then
chaired
who
by
established
the
then the
police minister,
interministerial
and
committee
then,
chaired by the police
who then
minister,
decided
and then
there should
who
be
then decided
a structure
that
or a mechanism
there
called
should be
political
a structure
killing task
or a mechanism called
Now,
a
in the light of
political
this
killing
framework,
task team.
my oversight of high-level structure.
Now, in the light of this framework, my oversight of high-level structural
A,
and governance
2019
issues,
work
including A,
proliferation
2019
of
work study,
unmonitored task teams,
proliferation of
budget
unmonitored
effects
task
of
teams,
temporal structures,
budget
and
effects
proper location
of temporal
specialized
structures,
functions within SAPS.
and the proper
Fell
location
squarely
of specialized functions within SAPS
my constitutional
fell
responsibility.
squarely within
Directive of
my
31st
constitutional
December
responsibility.
2024 must
My
be
directive of
assessed
31st December
with this
2024 must be
constitutional
assessed
framework.
with this constitutional
The
and
allegation
statutory
of
framework.
overreach is rejected.
The allegation of overreach is rejected.
Paragraph 71.
Now,
during the latter half of
paragraph
2024,
71, during the latter half of
So
2024,
before I go to that,
not only
as
did I
wrote the
believe
directive, I
that
was within,
as I wrote
the
that
Constitution
directive,
and
I
the
was
legislative
within
but I did consult
the Constitution and the legislative framework,
special advisor,
but I did consult Special Advisor Advocate Vusi Pikoli,
comfort
who then
in terms of
indicated
exercise
comfort
of that responsibility
in terms of the
based
exercise of
what is
that
indicated by the
responsibility
Constitution
based
and by
on
the
what is indicated by the Constitution and by
legislative
the
Sorry, can I just clarify this?
legislative
The
framework.
consultation
Sorry,
with
can I
Advocate
just
Pikoli, was
clarify
it
this?
on the day or
The
prior
consultation
to
with
the
Advocate Pikoli, was it on
It
the
was
day
on
or
the
prior
day,
to
but
the
on
decision?
the day,
It was
merely
on the
a
day,
culmination of
but
what
on
we
the
had been
day,
discussing,
it was merely a culmination
time.
of what we had been discussing.
where
over time.
We were discussing the actual
where
role of the minister.
we were
in terms of
discussing the
powers
actual
provided by the
role
Constitution,
of the
something
minister
that
in
we
terms
were
of
doing
powers
on
provided
a
by the
regular
Constitution,
basis
something
in
that
our meetings.
we were doing
And I did hold
on a
a
regular
number of
basis
meetings
in
with
our
Advocate
meetings,
Bikoli.
and I did hold
Not only on
a
this
number of
subject, but
meetings
on
with
other
Advocate
relevant,
Bikoli,
matters,
not only on this
especially
subject,
taking
but on
advantage.
other relevant matters, especially taking advantage that
who happens to be an
I have a special advisor who happens to be an advocate,
coincidence that
which was
doesn't
a
necessarily
coincidence that
with all other special
doesn't
advisors.
necessarily obtain with all other
Minister,
special advisors.
If I may interject.
Minister,
I'm not sure whether you touched on the issue of Advocate Bikoli in
I'm not sure whether you touched on the issue of Advocate Bikoli in passing
in your statement.
only, or whether that's where you intend to be in your statement, because I would like to refer you to your next chapter,
emanating from the
which
public.
you have headed Human Rights Concerns Emanating from the Public. I think the issues that you deal with under that heading are important
Considering your eventual
in the,
decision to disband. So
in
I think we should
considering
take
your
some time
eventual
and you
decision to
highlight
disband.
aspects of that.
So I think we
For
should
the
take some
record,
time and you
Commissioners,
highlight aspects of
The
that.
extensive engagement
For the
with
record,
issue of
Commissioners,
consultation with
the
Advocate
extensive
Bikoli
engagement
starts much
with the
later in your
issue of
statement
consultation
and
with
162,
Advocate
and when we
Bikoli
get
starts
there,
much
you will
later in
say
your
more
statement
about
and 162.
Thank you.
And when we get there, you will say
Thank
more
you very
about
much,
it.
Commissioners.
Thank you.
During the latter half,
Thank you very
of
much,
2024,
Commissioners.
This is just
During the
after
latter half
we got
of 2024, that is just after
police.
we got appointed to the ministry,
we began receiving a
police.
series of complaints and reports from civil
we
society.
began receiving a series of
One
complaints and reports from civil society as one group,
whistleblowers,
from
SAPS
whistleblowers, from
members
SAPS
of
members,
and
from
members of parliament.
and
These
from members
reports
of the
raise
public.
concerns about human rights abuses. By
These
members
reports
of
raise
the
concerns
National
about human
Political
rights
Trust Team,
abuses by members of
among
the National
others.
Political
They raise
Trust
concerns
Team,
also around issues of governance.
among others. They raise concerns also
failures
around
affecting
issues of
various
governance,
temporary and ad hoc task teams.
failures affecting various temporary and ad
those
hoc
included, but
task
not
teams,
limited to the NPKTT.
and those included but
Raising
not limited
issues
to the
across,
NPKTT.
SAPS,
They were raising
especially
issues
on
across
task teams.
SAPS,
They form
especially
part
on
of
task
broader
teams.
pattern of structural issues.
They form
within
part
SAPS
of broader
that
pattern of
require
structural
ministerial
issues within SAPS
The
that require
complaints
ministerial attention.
From various complainants varied.
The complaints from various complainants varied or
But they
varied
shared common
in
themes,
content
namely
and in emphasis.
unmonitored
But they
task
shared
team
common themes,
operations
namely
resulting in grave human
unmonitored
rights
task team
abuses,
operations
as they
resulting
alleged.
in grave human rights
Unclear
abuses,
reporting lines
as they
in
alleged.
terms of who
Unclear
to
reporting
who,
lines
to
in terms of
these task
who
teams
to who
report
do
and
these task
allegations
teams
of overreach,
report
duplication
and allegations of
functions and significant
overreach,
strain on SAPS.
duplication functions and significant strain on
It was clear to
SAPS.
me that most of these
resources.
complaints arose from people
It was clear to
who
me
knew
that
one
most
or
of
two
these
things
complaints
about,
arose from people
police
who knew one or two things
or who
about
felt a concern
police,
of one kind or the other
who,
around
or who
issues
felt
of
a
policing in the
concern
country.
of one kind or the other around issues
Now,
of policing in the country.
I need to add that they also
Now,
included
I need to add that they
HR-related
also
matters
included
or complaints
HR-related matters or complaints
alleging some internal abuses
alleging
within
some
police,
internal
including
abuses
within PKTT
within police,
and
including within
instances of
PKTT, and instances
now,
of
for the benefit
criminality.
Of the commission, I provided a list.
Now, for the
of some
benefit of the Commission, I provided a list of some of
and I indicate, for instance,
the people,
on 731 that
and I indicate, for
one
instance,
of the
on
people who lodged a
731
complaint
that
was,
one of the people
General
who lodged a
Samson
complaint
Shiklaban,
was Lieutenant General Samson
whose
Shiklaban,
transfer from SAPS to
whose complaints arose
National
from his
Assembly.
transfer from SAPS
there were some HR
to
issues that
the National
arose
Assembly,
there,
and there were
the issue
some
was
HR
settled. We
issues
entertained
that arose there, and the issue was settled. We entertained it.
Minister,
We I allocated Deputy Minister Matale to deal with the matter, and he dealt with it, and it got settled. And the National Commissioner was involved in the discussions throughout. And then there was Gerald Tio, to whom I allocated Deputy Minister Bushielo, and the matter got finalized. And then there were other people. You'll be a bit patient with me as I try to indicate the status of each of the complaints. Major General D. Mutley, who was component head of crime intelligence, made several calls. Ultimately, I met him. Made several calls. Ultimately, I met him, and just myself, his complaints, and he then outlined his complaints, which was not a long. And at the end of the session, I asked him, which was not a long meeting. I asked him, "What do you want me to do with what you are saying?" He said, "I'm not expecting anything from you. I'm just reporting my matter is in court, and I want to settle it myself, independent of you, in court." And that's where we left his matters. And then there was Brigadier Hlungwane, in charge of who was in charge of the secret accounts. After all processes internally, his argument was that after all processes internally, he was indicating that he is on appeal to the minister. And I must say that and then there was also General Khan, and I must say that matter is still pending. And then there was an issue of General Khan, whose matter I got through a National Commissioner and Head of Crime Intelligence. With a challenge, that matter ended up in court, with a challenge from General Khan, challenging expeditious handling of his matters, and he won the case. And there was an internal disciplinary hearing, and that's how the matter was cleared him as well. And then there was, and that's how the matter was handled. And then there was also General Vuma, whose matter is still for several years pending, now, on suspension for several years now, and Mpumalanga General Provincial Commissioner Lieutenant General Manamela, whose matter is still pending. Other names and then, to be submitted to the commissioners. Other names to be submitted to the commissioners for confidentiality in this envelope. I have here commissioners in this envelope. Other people who contacted us, and we had a discussion on with the some of them. We had a discussion on with the deputy ministers somewhere towards the end of November. To say what do we do with all these complaints? I met, but many of them, or most of them, I met them alone at their request because they emphasized for strict confidentiality. Because they emphasized throughout our conversations. So they would call directly or and they will ask for a meeting, and then I would directly or via other people. And then I would meet them, and they would emphasize the matters that they are relating to me, and then they are highly confidential and highly sensitive to me. And then they would relate I did that them throughout to me. The course. I did that throughout to the end of the year. The course to the end of the year. In the envelope. And I put them in the envelope. I intended one to over personally. I intended handing them over personally to the commissioners. But I trust that you are trusted by the commission, and I'll be looking at you as you do so. Because I don't want the names to be exposed in by any accident. Making a personal appeal, making a personal appeal to the commission to afford to meet them the 8 of them an opportunity, and it won't take to meet them. The 8 of them, it will take less than 8 days. It won't take 8 days. It will take less than 8 days to hear them out. And it's important from where I sit to receive or to afford them the opportunity to do so.
received.
So that is part one of the complaints that we received.
Minister, my apologies.
Then there were also
Uh,
complaints.
Minister, my apologies if I may interject. From a procedural perspective only, to understand, at the stage
This
where
is important for me to understand.
At the stage where
now we engage the minister on his testimony,
of what's contained in the
not having had sight of what's contained in the envelope because it's
at the
strictly
moment,
for the
I want to know whether
chair's
I'd like to know
eyes
whether
at the moment.
the minister is tendering
I want to
the
know.
contents
I would like
of
to know
that
whether the minister
envelope
is tendering
in
the
support
contents
of
of
this
that
particular heading.
envelope
Because if he is,
in support
then I would
of
not have
this
had
particular
opportunity
heading.
to
Because if he
consider its
is,
contents,
then I would not
or
have had
whether he
opportunity
is
to
just submitting
consider its
those
contents,
names
or
for the commissioners
whether
to
he is
consider
just submitting
how
those
to
names
treat
for the commissioners
the
to
persons
consider
whose
how
names
to treat
are contained in
the persons whose
envelope,
names
and
are contained in
whatever
the
it is they say
envelope,
is
and
unnecessary for
that
purposes
whatever it is
of
they
our
say
engagement
is
as far as this
unnecessary
chapter is
for
concerned.
purposes of
Not
our
having seen them,
engagement as far as this chapter is
I
concerned.
don't want to stray way
Not having
beyond
seen them,
the minister's
I don't want to
statement as it
stray
currently
way
stands.
beyond the minister's
So I would like some guidance on
statement
how to
as it
treat
currently
that,
stands.
the information
So
that
I
is
would like some
in
guidance
the
on how to
envelope.
treat
And
that,
Minister,
the information
I'm
that
not-
is
I'm not
in the
suggesting that
envelope.
I have sight of the
Minister,
contents. I just want
it's
to know
not,
how I deal
I'm not
with
suggesting
the
that I have
contents of
sight
that
of the
envelope.
contents. I
Thank you.
just want to know how I deal with with the contents of that envelope. Thank you.
We'll discuss over lunch.
We'll discuss over lunch,
and
we'll decide
how we want to
go about
Thank you, Chair. Julie.
how we want to treat this.
Thank you. Just
Thank you,
one
Chair.
more,
Duly guided.
Additional information. Thank you. Just one more additional information. I did provide their numbers because I ended up just recording because sometimes they would phone you in the car and I would take the name and surname and quite a number of them, if not all of them. But would have made quite a number of them, if not all of them, an application would have made submissions to or an application to the Commission to appear. So there may be correspondence with the Commission already from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Noted.
The next. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Noted.
Also, the next person who also lodged complaints formally by writing emails to us was Meridi Haas, who is an academic and a long-standing observer of policing oversight in KwaZulu-Natal and elsewhere. Send correspondence to me, and she did send correspondence to me and from Parliament, Portfolio Committee, complaining about policing from time to time, complaining about various among the issues that she raised was systemic governance weaknesses. Among the issues that she raised was systemic governance weaknesses by her experienced or observed by her in policing, including task team operating in parallel, formal command, and sometimes outside sub-formal command, oversight and budget structures. Her concerns outlined the issues later identified independently in the Marai report and SAP's internal governance discussions. Some of these complaints were quite serious. At some point, I did have a discussion when you read them, and at some point, I did have a discussion with National Commissioner around these matters, indicating that she was one of the people who. I'm just indicating that she was one of the people who made submissions. And then there was another person called Patricia Morgan Marshall, who also sent a number of complaints on an ongoing basis. Shortly after, I think from July, sending shortly after we got appointed, sending a lot of material to us
and at some point
on a regular basis.
requested
And at some point, I requested assistance to understand exactly
what a role
her standing and so on, but what her role is,
even after
and so on. But
IGI, that is
even
Inspector
after
General of Intelligence,
IGI, that is Inspector General of Intelligence,
indicated some aspects around her, I
indicated some aspects
and I continued
around
to
her.
read.
I continued
But,
to receive,
I never
and I
actually
continued
sat
to read,
down to deal
but
with the matters
I
that
never actually
she
sat
was,
down
raising.
to
I never
deal
sat
with
down
the
with
matters
her,
that
nor did
she
I
was
have any,
raising. I never sat down with
discussion
her,
with her on
nor did
telephone.
I
I
have
just
any
received and looked
discussion with her
and
on telephone. I just
read what
received
she
and
was
looked
saying.
and
Then the third,
read
the
what she
last
was
issue
saying.
of these complaints,
And then the third,
arises from
the last issue of these
40
complaints arises from
that is
40
alleged to
case
be violation of human rights.
that is alleged to be violation of
This
human
was
rights.
reported in media
This was reported in media
before I arrived. As I perused
before I arrived,
matters,
as I perused
from
matters
attorneys from Bradley, Conrad
from
Halton,
attorneys from
Chiclaw
Bradley, Conrad Halton,
and
Chiclaw
some of these
firm.
articles were carried by Daily Maverick.
And some of these articles were carried by
We
Daily
set
Maverick.
out and indicate
And
what they were all about. And
We
I
set
proposed
out
that I don't
and
go
indicate
through,
what they were all about, and I
everything
proposed
there.
that I don't go through
but
everything there.
those matters are
But,
clearly identified.
Those
It is
matters
now
are clearly
public,
identified.
knowledge. I'm now on page 35.
It is now public knowledge.
Ms.
Now on page
has since
35
requested to give evidence
that
before the Madlanga
Ms.
Commission
Becker has since requested to give
what she
evidence
alleges
before the
as
Madlanga
abuse and
Commission
violation
about
of her
what
rights
she alleges as abuse and
perpetuated by
violation
members
of her
the
rights
NPKTT
perpetuated
during her
by
arrest.
members of the
In her statement before the
NPKTT during
Commission,
her
Ms. Becker
arrest.
detailed
In
the
her
extent of
statement
the
before the
abuse
Commission, Ms. Becker
she
has
alleges
detailed an
she
extent of the
endured,
abuse
during her
as she
arrest,
alleges
and Ms.
she
Becker
endured
explains the
during her
abuse
arrest.
experience.
And Ms.
Part B
Becker
of her
explains
statement,
the abuse she
paragraph,
experienced in Part B of her
31 to 79,
statement,
which I
paragraph
attached as
31 to
SM16.
79, which I attached as
So it
SM16.
bears mention that some of these complaints referred to in this
So it
statement
bears mention that
we also
some of these
discussed
complaints
with,
referred to in this
National
statement
Commissioner, as I indicated.
we also discussed with
Now, the
National
challenge
Commissioner, as I indicated.
posed by these examples is
Now,
this.
the challenge
The
posed
National
by these
Political
examples
Task
is
Killing
this.
Task Team has for some
The National
time
Political
been
Task Killing
credibly
Task Team
accused of
has for some
systematic
time
human
been
rights
credibly
violations.
accused of systematic human rights
and I must
violations.
indicate that
And
it's
I must indicate that
quite concerning
it's
to hear stories here and there
quite concerning to
of
hear stories here
members
and
of
there
PKTT,
of
National Political
members of
Task Team,
PKTT
wearing
or National
balaclavas
Political
when,
Killing Task Team
they do some of the operations
wearing
that
balaclavas
you wouldn't
when
expect them to
they
do
do
so.
some of the operations that
Even though
you wouldn't
I'm
expect
not
them to
specific
do
on
so.
the matters, but
Even
I'm
though
merely indicating
I'm not specific on the
what
matters, but
complainants
I'm
have
merely
raised
indicating
in their complaints.
what complainants
the
have
ones that
raised
are
in
listed
their
there.
complaints, the ones
a
that
culture
are listed there.
that is not in consonant, in my view,
A culture
with,
that is not in
democracy.
consonant, in my view,
and
with
what is expected
a
of
democracy
police.
and,
And it's
and,
quite
and,
concerning.
and what is expected of
Hence my
police.
inclusion
And it's quite concerning.
this matter.
Hence my inclusion of this matter.
So my view
Here.
is and still is, it is possible for police.
So my view is
whether
and
in
still
units,
is, it is
whether
possible
in
for
teams,
police,
to perform
whether
their
in units, whether in teams,
successfully,
to perform their
without
duties
having to violate any
successfully,
human rights.
without having to
We are a
violate
country that has
any
made a
human
choice
rights.
that we
We are a
recognize
country
human
that has
rights,
made a
that is
choice
rights of individuals
that
in
we
the country
recognize
that
human
must be
rights,
observed,
that is rights of
as
individuals in the
we
country that
police
must
South
be
Africa
observed
all the time.
as we
But I'm not
police South
suggesting
Africa
that police
all the time.
shouldn't have
But I'm not suggesting that police shouldn't have freedom to or liberty to
within the Constitution,
exercise their powers within the Constitution and within
in relation to
acceptable
use of force,
practices in
whenever,
relation to use of force whenever that is necessary.
I go further.
Now,
To say that
I go further
do have an understanding that there's
to
an
say
argument-
that I
arguments
do
out
have
there
an understanding
that
that there are
it's
arguments
preferable
out there
to keep the national
that
political killings
it's
task team
preferable
because of its
to
unique
keep the
focus
National Political Killings
and
Task Team
ability
because of its
to combat
unique
organized
focus
crime.
and ability
And I want
to
to state
combat
that
organized
that's
crime.
a wrong argument.
And I want to state
Because
that
The
that's
National
a
Political
wrong
Killings
argument
Task Team was
because
not designed
the National
to
Political
combat
Killings Task
organized
Team
crime
was not
in
designed
general.
to combat organized
But
crime
They were designed,
in general.
they were established and designed
but
to focus
they were
on
designed, they
political
were established
killings,
and designed to
which,
focus on
in
political
other words,
killings, which
in other
are
words, politically related.
killings which
And
are
they have been
politically
doing that,
related.
Strictly just
And
that.
they have been doing
Political
that
killings
strictly
or
just
killings
that.
or assassinations
Political
of matters
killings
that
or
are
killings
deemed to be
or assassinations of
politically
matters
related, not other
that are
matters,
deemed to be
not any
political
other matter,
related, not other
as it
matters,
were, and I
not
will
any
indicate,
other matter, as it
later,
were. And I will
through
indicate
figures or some stats
later
that
through figures
that
or some
make
stats
an effort to make
that
us understand
that
what the political
make an
killings
effort
task
to
team
make us understand
was all about.
what the political killings task
But
team
I don't think that it is
was all
fair
about.
to devote substantial
But I don't think that it is
resources
fair
one
to
category
devote
of
substantial
killings in the country.
resources to one category
is
of killings in the country,
Politically related killings,
which is
and not any other killing.
politically related killings and not any other killing.
When the evidence is that there is an urgent need to focus
When the evidence
on all matters,
is that there is an urgent need to
ever since
focus
I
on
got,
all matters,
or we got appointed,
ever since I got or we got appointed to the ministry,
has been the concern of the
what the
portfolio
concern of
committee has
cabinet has been,
the concern of the
the
public
concern
has
of the
been,
portfolio committee has been,
it has
the concern
been
of the public has been,
a very
it has
high
been
and
a
unacceptable
high,
rate of
a
murder
very
in South
high
Africa.
and
That has been the
unacceptable rate of
That has
murder
been
in South
drummed
Africa.
into our
That has
heads
been the concern.
all
That
the
has
time,
been
and we
drummed
believe
into
that-
our heads
that
all the time,
rate
and we
of
believe in that.
murders alone, not just
That
crime,
the rate
but
of
murders
murders
is
alone,
very
not
high,
just crime,
unacceptably
but
so.
murders in particular,
That's
is
why,
very
among
high,
other things,
unacceptably so.
I took the initiative of calling
That's why,
a meeting
among other
together with
things,
the deputy ministers,
I took the initiative
of the
of
National
calling a
Commissioner
meeting
in
together with the
November
deputy ministers
and
of the National
provincial
Commissioner in
commissioners
November
and the deputy national commissioners,
provincial commissioners
just to focus on four
and the
crimes
deputy national commissioners
that we believed
just to focus
by
on
that
4
time
crimes
we had
that we
observed
believed
as
by that time
being a major
we had
concern.
observed as
Murders,
being a
proliferation
major
of
concern in the
firearms,
country. That is murders,
proliferation
of
if I could
firearms,
use that word,
proliferation
drugs in
of,
the country,
if I could use
and
that
GBVNF.
word,
We
of
focused on
drugs
those
in the country and
only.
GBVNF. We focused
Now-
on those only.
Those kinds
Now,
of situations or those
That
crimes,
those
as we
kinds of
identified in November,
situations or those
they rather
crimes,
dictate
as we
to your
identified them
conscience
in
and
November,
yourself
they rather dictate to your conscience and yourself
a need,
as
pointing to a need, maybe
pointing
not
to a
exclusively,
need,
but almost exclusively. That
maybe
you
not
need to
exclusively,
attend to
but
those
almost
because
exclusively,
they are the ones
that
who
you need to
characterize
attend to those because
criminality in South
they are
Africa
the
more
ones
than
who
any other.
characterize
When people say
criminality in
there's
South Africa more than
pointing
any
to
other.
murders,
When people say
pointing
there's
to these
crime in
other
South
three
Africa,
that I've
they are pointing to
indicated.
murders.
Hence,
They are pointing to
our
these other 3
focus.
that I've indicated. Hence,
much as
our
political
focus.
killings,
Much as political
in
killings,
2018 are
as
important.
identified in,
There is murders of
in 2018,
councillors
are important.
and other officials
There
at
is
local-
murders
local
of
sphere.
councillors
Much it is,
and other
it is
officials at,
important,
at the
it was
local
important
sphere.
to attend to that.
Much it is
But
important, and it was important
There is a
to
need
attend to
to
that.
recognize
But that there is a need to recognize
or that category
that
of people,
outside that number
there is a
or
lot
that
that is
category of
happening.
people,
and therefore
there is a
we
lot
can't
that is
keep on
happening.
focusing
And
on just
therefore,
one
we can't
category,
keep
which in my
on
view
focusing
is small
on just one
compared to the
category,
other,
which in
as
my view
statistics will
is small
indicate.
compared to the other,
I then
as
proceed
statistics will indicate.
to
I then
try to
proceed
get deeper
to try to get deeper
the changes that
into
were necessary and necessitated
the changes
by
that were necessary
the
and
directive
necessitated by
I
the
issued on the
directive
31st
that I issued
of
on the
December last
31st
Where are you now, Minister, in your statement?
of December last
on
year.
paragraph
Where are you now,
99.
Minister, in your statement?
Proceeding to
I'm
paragraph
on
99.
paragraph 99.
A central
Proceeding to
consideration that
paragraph
informed
99.
my approach was the need to
A
strengthen
central
SAP's
consideration that
permanent
informed my
structures
approach was the need to strengthen SAP's permanent
rather than
structures
continue to rely on a temporal project.
rather than continue to rely on
And this
a
was based
temporal
on
project.
observations. So by
And this was
late
based on
2024,
observations.
It was
So
increasingly
by late
clear
2024,
that concentrating
it was
significant
increasingly
resources
clear
exclusively
that concentrating significant resources exclusively on politically motivated matters was no longer efficient or
relative
justifiable.
to the national burden of violent crime.
Relative to the national burden of violent crime,
A small
political
proportion.
killings constitute
and
a small
broader systemic
proportion.
consideration
and a
was
broader
required.
systemic consideration was required.
Now, by saying this, I do not mean that there is no need to focus on
Now, by
political
saying this, I
killings.
do not mean that there is no need
But
to
I'm
focus on
simply making
political
the
killings.
point that for me,
But I'm simply making the
the
point
disproportionate
that for me,
spend on the country's resources
the disproportionate
for political killings
spend on the
while
country's
other
resources
systemic,
for political
systematic
killings,
murders
while other
ignored
systemic,
can never be justified.
systematic murders are ignored, can never
What
be
I wanted to
justified.
achieve and still do is a balanced
What I wanted to
approach
achieve and still do is a
to
balanced
crime fighting,
approach
particularly where murders are concerned.
to crime fighting, particularly where matters are concerned.
If I could pause and just indicate
If I could
things
pause and
about
just indicate
the
three things
landscape
about
of murders in South Africa.
the landscape of matters in South Africa.
It is to that, according to the
One,
global initiative,
It is
in the
to that,
report they
according
issued
to the
last in
global
April,
initiative,
they identify
in the report
four
they issued last year in
categories
April,
of assassinations
they
or murders in
identify
the
four
country that is in South
categories of assassinations
One,
or murders in the
it is
country that is in
organized
South
crime.
Africa.
That
One,
takes the
it is
largest
organized
portion
crime.
of lives in the country.
That takes the largest portion of
Estimated to
lives in the country.
35% of
And
murders in the
they
country.
estimated to
This is
35%
followed by
of murders in the country.
assassinations
This
or
is
murders
followed by
within the taxi
assassinations or
around the taxi
murders
industry,
within the
which
taxi
is estimated
or around the taxi industry,
34%, which is a
which
percent
is
lower
estimated
than the
around
organized
34%, which is a percent lower
then
than the organized crime.
this is followed by the third category,
And then
which is political killings estimated
This is
at
followed by the third
24%.
category, which is political killings
And the last
estimated
one
at 24%.
is personal
And the
killings,
last one
which is estimated
is
at 7%.
personal killings, which is estimated at
Now,
7%.
If you put aside
Now,
the global initiative and look at your
If
own
you
stats, in
put
South
aside
Africa
the
of
global
matters,
initiative
they
and look at your
definitely
own
fall
stats in
within
South
those
Africa
four
of matters,
four
they
categories,
definitely
by and
fall
which
within
means
those
that
four,
the
four
highest
categories,
category
by
of
and
matters
large.
in the country
Which means
are
that the
those flowing
highest
from organized
category
crime,
of
whether it
matters
is
in the
extortion,
country are
whether
those
it is
flowing
in
from
any
organized
other form,
crime, whether it is extortion,
followed by taxi,
whether it is in
industry
any other
driven,
form,
or
followed
matters
by
associated
taxi,
with the taxi
industry driven,
and political
or
killings
matters
in the third
associated with the
category. This
taxi
is the
industry
first point that I want
and
to
political
make
killings
in terms of
in
the
the third
landscape.
category. This is the first point that I want
The
to make
second
in terms of the
point I want to
landscape.
make is that
The second
there
point I
are
want to
four
make is
provinces
that there are four provinces
that constitute about 83% of murders.
that constitute
Four
about
provinces.
83% of
It
murders
is
in the
Gauteng,
country.
where we are.
Four provinces.
It is KwaZulu-Natal.
It is Gauteng, where we are.
It is the Eastern Cape
It is KwaZulu-Natal
and the Western Cape.
It is the
Those
Eastern
four
Cape
provinces
and the
combined
Western Cape. Those four provinces
continuously
combined
83%
constitute continuously 83% of murders in the whole country.
Now, so when they say
Now,
South Africa has a
so
high
when
murder
they
rate,
say
unacceptably
South
high
Africa
murder rate,
has a high murder
in
rate,
fact, in terms of figures,
unacceptably high murder rate,
we are talking about
in
murders
fact, in terms of
that
figures,
occur in these four
we are
provinces.
talking about murders
I'm
that
not saying that
occur in these
it
four
excludes
provinces.
the other provinces.
I'm not
but
saying that
I'm just saying up
it
to
excludes the
83%
other
just in the
provinces,
four
but
provinces.
I'm just saying up to
All
83% just in the four provinces, all combined.
I now want to indicate in figures.
Now,
I'm not sure whether
I now want to
did
indicate in
ask,
figures. I'm not sure
these
whether
figures,
I did ask
because it's
that
for the benefit of the public to
these
clarify
figures,
these points
because it's for the
as
benefit of
clearly
the
as
public
possible.
to
I don't know
clarify
whether-
these points as clearly
If
as
I
possible.
did,
I don't know whether I did
I would
that.
request that
If I
these
did,
statistics be
I would
displayed
request
as
that
I go through them.
these statistics be displayed as I go through them.
I think that the request had not
Minister,
made it through to us. I think that the request had not made it through to us, but that shouldn't be a challenge.
As we have it.
We will be able to project from your statement
Just
as
so
we
I
have it.
understand,
Just so I understand,
appearing at page 38.
you have statistics appearing at page 38,
Yes.
and spilling over into 39. Firstly, under which paragraph?
I would just
Which
take
statistics
the,
would you like to have projected?
I would just take the
101, paragraph 101,
Yes.
101 or 102?
And then I would
101
request
first,
that
and
I
then
also take
102,
that,
and then I would request that I also take
on page 40.
that
We shall do so.
graph on page 40.
Okay, we shall do so.
In the meantime, you can continue with your testimony.
If you could
as
just
soon
give
as-
us a second.
In the meantime, you can continue with your
Okay.
testimony as soon as, I think we're up and running.
Second.
Okay.
To just give it a second.
Not so soon, it turns out.
Okay. Thank you.
But I believe you may continue as soon as it comes up. Then you will turn your attention to the table.
Okay.
Thank you.
So at the end of
Not
the
so soon, it
statistics
turns
that
out,
will indicate.
Thank you.
But I
Which,
believe you may continue as soon
will
as it
also
comes
take
up.
us
Then you
to
will turn your attention to
Some
the
of the
table.
Okay.
figures that
So
we have
what-
on
At the end of the statistics that
PKTT,
will indicate, which
figures, as we
will also take us to
the
some of the
summary
figures
that
that
comes
we
out
have
of these figures and the graph.
on PKTT.
It tells you that
figures as we will
between the
be
years
comparing
2016-17 and 2024-25, SAPS recorded an average of 23,043 murders per year.
the summary of that comes out
23,000
of these figures and the
and
graph.
43,000. No, 23,000 and
It
43
tells you that
national.
between
And then
the
you go
years
to KZN
2016-17
The average
and
there
2024-25,
is 5,314.
SAPS recorded an average of
Now, this against the backdrop of
23,043
National
murders
Political Killings Task
per
Team
year, national.
murders
23,000
with an average of
and
18
43,000.
political murders per year.
No, 23,000 and 43
up to
national.
2024.
And then you go to KZN
We were
alone.
just indicating
The average there
to make
annually
the
is
my earlier
5,314.
point. I may as well, because stats are now here.
Now, this against the backdrop
to
of the
indicate
National
what I
Political
wanted to
Killings
indicate.
Task Team
So
murders with an average of 18
will see
political
that
murders per year
from 2011
over years
to
2015
we
up to
deliberately went back
2024.
to show that in those 4 years,
We were just
political
indicating
murders were
averages to make
This was before the
my
establishment
earlier
of,
point after the statistics. I may
Then
as
the
well,
other
because
category.
stats are now here, to indicate what I wanted to indicate.
So in one, you will see that from 2011 to 2015, we deliberately went back there to show that in those 4 years, political matters were 11. But I want to jump to this was before the establishment of time, the year PKTT, and then there are other categories, which like politically related cases and political related cases and so on. 2019-15 matters. But I want to jump to 2018 in the interest of time, the year of establishing, or the year in which PKTT was established, because the graph went down in 2023. And then 2019-15 matters, politically 2020-15 matters, 17, 27, 11, and by 2024, you were talking about 7 matters, because the graph went down in 2023 of politically motivated just in matters, down to 11 from that to 7. Those figures above. Now 102 to indicate that in those years indicates just in case that I mean not political flowing from from those figures above. You are talking about to indicate that 2011 and 2012 in those years, and then 2015 to 2016 you are political I mean not political matters in case that. Now you are talking about between 2011 and 2012, which indicates 2011, 2012, and then 2015 to 2016. You are talking about 18,396. Now you compare, as I say, with the figure above, which indicates which is politically motivated matters. That 18,000 11 combination and 18,000. I'm now taking 1 year. Now, I'm not even taking those of the country, which is 85,000. In case at that time, there were 4,000. Let's go to 2018, 382 matters. Because that 18,000 is combination of years. But I'm now taking 1 year. Referring to the 2018, that year, in 2018, there were 4,000 that were identified. 382 matters. Just 14. But these are lives, of course. Just to, and I shouldn't continue 14 lives. Referring to the stats, outside in that year, in 2018, you had 14 that were political, that were identified as political. 28. Just 14. But these are lives, of course. And I shouldn't even add just. It's 14 lives that were. And but they were 15 outside political matters, politically motivated. You had 4,000. 2019. And for 2020, 2018. They were again 2019, 20 matters. It's 4,859. Political motivated. And there were 15 matters in the same year in 2019. 2020, there were again 15 matters. 2020 to 2021. Political, in terms of political motivated. Politically motivated. So, but in the same year, goes like that. In KZN, by then you had 4,859. Figure is 27,409. Now 2020 to 2021, 4,825. Let's go to the graph. 2021, which is on page 40. So the whole figure goes like that. But this side, now that's by then the combined in the country combined figure is 27,494 over time. Let's go to the graph. So, which is on page 40. Line is matters in the country as a whole. The next line. Now that is the graph that indicates matters in the motivated over time matters in the country. So just the same as I've been. The top line is matters in the country as a whole. The next line, matters in KZN over time. And the red line is politically motivated matters. So that just the same as I've been saying. 2017, 2016-17, 32. 4,000. Against 40,000. And then 14 against 4,018. against
And then in
19,000.
15,000
And then you
against
go
4,000.
20 in 2017, 18
15,000 against
4,382. And then 14 against 4,395.
against 6,000, which
And
was
then in
rising.
2019, 20,
And then
15,000 against
In
4,000.
2023,
2020, 21, 15,000 against
27,
4,825.
and then
And
2023,
then
24,
2021,
started dropping
2022,
to
17 against 6,000,
And then
which was even
down to
rising. And then
Now,
in 2023,
we then
is 27,
Say
the highest. And then 2023,
summer,
24,
the figures demonstrate
started
that
dropping to
politically
11,
related
and then
matters
down to 7.
constitute a very small proportion of
Now,
the national burden.
We
And
then
even the provincial
say
matter
there,
rate in case
in summer,
where
the figures
PKT
demonstrate that
or
politically
NPKT operates.
related matters
Now, this supported my
constitute
view
a
that
very
focusing
small proportion
significant
of the
resources
national burden,
exclusively
and
on
even
political killings
the provincial
through
matter
ad hoc
rate
temporal
in
task teams
KZN,
was no
where
longer sustainable.
PKTT or
And
NPKT
that the
operates.
expertise developed
Now,
within
this supported my view
the National
that
Political
focusing
Killings
significant
Task
resources exclusively
should be mainstreamed
on political killings
into
through
permanent
ad hoc
murder
temporal
and robbery
task teams
unit,
was no longer sustainable,
which as political killings
and that the
in its
expertise
approval
developed
mandate, as
within
indicated on Tuesday,
the National Political Killings
by,
Task Team
our structure.
should be mainstreamed into permanent
Now, by way
murder
of
and
further
robbery
illustration,
unit,
it is to be noted
which has
that
political
SAPS
killings
releases
in its approval
quarterly
mandate,
crime
as indicated
stats,
on Tuesday.
but
backed by,
for the matter,
our
for
structure.
murders in particular, there is no breakdown on or
Now, by way of
categorization
further illustration,
motives of the matter.
it is to be noted that SAPS
Indeed,
releases
I would argue that
quarterly
motive
crime
is of
stats,
secondary
but
significance.
for the matter,
What is
for matters
important to note,
in particular, there is no breakdown
terms of our
on
mandate,
or
is to
categorization
reduce
of
matters,
the motives
to
of
deal
the
with
matter.
matters. Whether
Indeed,
of business
I would argue that
people
motive is of secondary
or
significance.
from the religious community.
What is
or from
important
whatever
to note,
category, that is secondary.
and in terms of our mandate, is
What
to
is
reduce
primary?
matters, is to deal with matters,
What
whether of business
you get paid for,
people
where you
or
earn your
from
title
the religious community or
as
from whatever
minister,
category.
and in my case,
That is
as an
secondary.
individual, as minister,
What is primary?
is our performance
What
in relation to
you get paid for,
the face of
where you
criminality in South
earn
Africa, the
your
face of
title
crime in South Africa.
as minister,
is
and in my case,
murder
as an
rate,
individual, as
not
minister,
murder rate of a certain category
is
of people in the
our
country,
performance
murder rate.
in relation to
And people
the
in South
face
Africa would
of
say, we are
criminality in
making
South
we
Africa,
are
the face
working.
of crime in
Not
South Africa,
when we
which
reduce
is the murder
just one
rate,
category,
not
but
murder
across.
rate of a certain
And this is
category
in line
of people
with the
in the
Constitution of the
country,
Republic.
but
Because
murder
it doesn't
rate.
distinguish which category.
And people in South Africa would say, we are making an impact, we are working.
Important than which one?
Not when we reduce just one category, but
Now-
across. And this is in line with the Constitution of the
against
Republic,
this,
because it doesn't distinguish which
we had
category,
to
whose matters is whose
really
matter
ask the question
is important than which one.
internally in our consciences.
Now,
Do we
now
continue
against
like
this,
that?
which
So it was also
we had to
my general understanding that
really ask the question
in reality,
internally
as I
in our
indicated
consciences.
before, task teams are created to solve defined problems and not to operate indefinitely.
Do we continue like that?
And
So
I've-
it was
I've
also
repeatedly indicated
my general understanding
this
that
matter.
in reality, as
Now,
I indicated
ultimately, I was of
before,
the view
task teams are
that
created to solve
NPKT
defined problems
NPKT's
and
work
not to operate indefinitely.
should be wound down or wind up.
And I've repeatedly
Members
indicated
should then be
this
absorbed
matter.
into one of the permanent structures.
Now, ultimately, I was
And
of
in
the
this
view
case,
that
it is, murder and
NPKT,
robbery under serious
NPKT's
and violent
work
crimes, which
should
flows
be
from the
wound
work style,
down
which
or
flows
wind
from
up.
the understanding of
And
SAPs themselves.
Members should then be absorbed into
and the work
one
that
of the
they have
permanent
done over
structures And in this case, it is murder and robbery under serious
and so on.
and violent crimes, which flows from the work
Now,
study, which
when
flows
I
from
then
the
indicated
understanding
in
of
the-
SAPs
in the
themselves,
directive
and the work that they had done
NPKT
over years.
is no longer serving the main concern. In other words,
And so
no
on.
longer addressing the main concern.
Now,
And I put it
when
as no
I
longer
then
required.
indicated in the directive
It was
that
based on the disjuncture that I was
NPKT
feeling
is no longer serving
that in reality
the
there's
main
a
concern.
disjunction.
In other words,
It
no
is
longer
backed by
addressing the
figures.
main concern.
If you don't
And I put it as no longer required.
interrupt what
It
is
was
happening,
based on the
you're
disjuncture
actually saying
that I was feeling.
this
in terms-
disjuncture must continue
that in
When
reality
you
there is
have
a
power
disjuncture.
to exercise
And it's backed by figures.
in the form of a directive to
If you
highlight
don't
the importance and the urgency
interrupt
to deal with this particular matter.
what is happening,
Hence the directive.
you are actually saying this disjuncture must continue.
So it
When
was
you
not
have
out
power
of not
to
recognizing
exercise
the work done by
in the form of a
NPKT,
directive to highlight the
despite the
importance
fact
and the
that, as I've
urgency
indicated,
to
it's a
deal with this
small
particular
category
matter.
of people in reality.
Hence the directive.
But we do recognize the work that they did as
So
individuals.
it was
and as a
not
team.
out of not recognizing
But
the work done by the
time to
PKT.
mainstream, as indicated
Despite
by
the fact that, as I have indicated, it's a small category of people in reality.
had come.
But we do recognize
And
the
we
work
had to
that they
take a
did
stand to say,
as individuals
let's
and as
now
a team.
change
But
in line with
time
what is
to
actually
mainstream,
happening in the country, in
as
terms of
indicated
murder
by
and
the structures of SAPs over time,
So it was in that context that
had
I
come.
indicated
and we had to take a stand
no
to say,
longer
let's now
required. It was
change
based on stats,
in line with what
Not
is actually happening
based-
in the country in terms of murder and robbery.
not meaning to say individual members within PKTC.
So
would
it was
then
in
be
that
made to
context
retire.
that I indicated
It was time to mainstream
no longer
and
required.
go to
It
murder
was
and
based on
robbery and
stats,
even use some of
not
the experience acquired
based-
there to mainstream, especially
not
in the
meaning
four
to say
provinces,
individual
as
members
I've indicated.
within PKTT
And I
would
still
then be
believe
made to
very
retire.
strongly
It
that
was
we
time
should
to
persuade
mainstream
one another
and
in the
go
country
to
that
murder and robbery and
we
even
mainstream,
use some of
because reality is
the
pointing
experience acquired
elsewhere.
there to mainstream, especially in the four
Much
provinces, as
we
I've
can
indicated.
sense-
And I still believe very strongly
what is this?
that we should persuade one another in the country that we mainstream, because reality is pointing elsewhere.
The chair is
Much
very
as
helpful,
we can
I'm indebted to you, Chair.
what is this? It is to
We should work
sentimentalize
beyond the emotions on this
and,
matter.
and
or
try to persuade us
sensationalize.
beyond
Sensationalize.
beyond
Emotions.
the chair is very helpful, and I'm indebted to you, Chair.
Go beyond.
We should work beyond
Now,
the emotions on
As I
this
said
matter.
there, I said
Try
to
to
myself,
persuade us beyond
I
emotions, beyond
play
emotions,
into
and sensationalizing the matter. Go
or
beyond that.
I face reality.
Now,
And where is
as
this
I
going
said
to
there,
put
I said to myself,
me personal
do
if I deal
I
with this matter, because
play
I would be
into
seen to be swimming against
those
the general
emotions,
sentiment.
or I face
I'm sure I'm
reality.
getting it correctly.
And where is this
I would
going
be
to
seen
put
to be swimming
me
against the
personally
sentiment, general
if I
sentiment.
deal with
But
this matter? Because
I said to
I
myself,
would be
I don't
seen to be
believe
swimming
that
against
I was appointed for sentiment.
the general
I believe that
sentiment.
I was appointed for honesty
There, I'm sure I'm getting it
and
correctly.
for reality.
I would be seen
I
to
see it in
be
the
swimming
portfolio.
against the sentiment,
And
general
then
sentiment. But
lead accordingly.
I said to myself, I don't believe that I was appointed for
ultimately,
sentiment.
Then,
I believe
wrote
that I was
in the
appointed
way-
for honesty
in the manner that we wrote.
and for
So I've dealt with
reality,
everything on page
as I see it in the
41.
portfolio, and then
confirm.
lead accordingly.
Is it we or I, Minister? When
So
you say
ultimately,
we wrote
then
in the manner that we
we
wrote?
wrote
I'm
in
a
the way,
humble person,
in the manner that we
Commissioner.
wrote.
I must say,
So I've dealt with
because I was
everything
really
on
alone.
page 41.
So that I don't.
Yes, I
the
confirm.
word "we" I normally use because
We
I'm with
or
deputy
I,
ministers,
Minister,
but
when you
it
say
is
we
important to
wrote in
indicate
the
that
manner
I
that
did
we
not.
I'm a
writing.
humble person,
But I have a
Commissioner.
hangover
I must say I, because I was
alone.
really alone. so that I don't, the word we, I normally use because I'm with deputy ministers, but it is important to indicate that I didn't consult them in writing. But I have a hangover of we, but I was alone in
a few
this.
aspects for the minister to wrap up this sub-topic.
Minister,
And I would
before you
request
proceed,
perhaps a
Chair,
minute or
I
two
see
for that
it's
purpose,
about
and
1
then
o'clock.
may
However,
break before he deals
if we
with the question of
turn a
resource and
page
budgetary
to 43,
considerations. I think a few aspects
Thank
for
you very
the
much.
minister
I will
to
deal
wrap
with
up
paragraph
this
112.
sub-topic.
Just
And I
for
would
its
request perhaps a minute or two
relevance.
for that purpose.
Because
and we
it
then
talks
may
about
break before he deals with the
former
question of
request,
resource
it
and
talks about
budgetary
request.
considerations.
I beg your pardon.
Thank you, Chair.
Let me start with one. Thank you very much. I will deal with paragraph 112. The request just for its leading up to relevance, because it talks about financial approval in the absence of the former request. It talks about request. I beg your pardon. Let me start with 111. There is a difference between the request for approval, the request for extensions leading up to 2022, and the request for financial approval in the absence of a concurrent request for an extension post-2022. For an example, the request for approval and request for funding for the period 2018-2020, March 31. There's a vast difference between the two. 2020, December 31, the former and the period 2019, September to request for extension. 2020, they are specific and detailed in their March 31. And there is a vast difference between the two, between these requests. The former category, the old ones, is reflected. The request for extension. The latter, they are specific and detailed in their purpose, background, operational approach, composition relating to the task team in question, without a concurrent and estimated expenditure is reflected. On the other hand, in the same the latter, they were simply that is beyond 2022 request for financial authority. There's a difference. They were done without a concurrent request for extension submitted
the finance part or the funding part.
in the same function. But they were simply almost request for financial authority. It's a request for funding. There's a difference. You would read pages and pages in the older ones before you come to the finance part or the funding part. But post-2022, almost the second page, it's a request for funding. I'm conversant with matters. Those extensions got reduced to just request for finance. And even without and these differences are discernible. Any study or figures. But I'm a resident of KZN by the end of 2024 was that. And I'm conversant with matters there, political and otherwise. And even without the benefit of any study or figures, and a couple of years, the general conversation in KZN by the end of 2024 was that you would find political killings are down. Of conversations, they were no longer part. Will tell you so. Of the conversation as they were in 2018. And a couple of years after that, and general consensus for funding that you would find in the normal course of conversations will tell you so, without any studies and without any figures. Study contemplating that so 113 says mere approval for funding are to be distinguished from formal extensions of the National Political Killing Task Team, and there is to date, no work study contemplating that the National Political Killing Task Team should be transformed into a permanent structure intended to operate indefinitely. What there is instead, there is a proposal over years that crimes. This is what you now must integrate. You now must allow National Political Killings Task Team to be absorbed of allocating resources within policy by murder and robbery under serious and violent crimes. So this is what we are saying in those paragraphs.
But
we are
following the
also
work study,
highlighting
the intention was
sensitivity in terms of allocating resources
NPKTT functions
within
would be
policy. That it's a matter of
permanent
concern and it's very
structures.
important.
Let me make
I
this
go to
point.
paragraph 115.
It may
So following the work
it may
study, the
have
intention
been
was
conveyed and
always that
as
the NPKTT functions would be
and
reabsorbed
consumed as
into
such.
permanent structures.
But the intention
let me
is
make this
similar
point.
to that one of 115.
It may
Absorbed into
it
these
may
permanent structures
have been
as
conveyed and
demonstrated
received
in
as
terms
disbandment
of what subs were saying
and
in various memos
consumed
over
as
time.
such.
It was to absorb.
But
it was to
the
integrate.
intention is similar
It was
to
do
that one
just
of
that.
115.
But
Absorbed into these
the
permanent
term
structures
disband
as demonstrated
came
in
of
terms
course,
of
in the
what
conversations
subs were
right from
saying
2019.
in various
It was not
memos over
introduced by
time.
me alone.
It was to absorb.
It was
to
there in
integrate.
2024 before I
It was to
arrived.
do just that.
And,
But
as such,
the
it
term
got to be
disband
part of the conversation.
came in, of course, in the conversations right from
So that's why
2019.
I'm saying
It was not
that
introduced by
in
me
those
alone.
paragraphs preceding where I
It
am,
was there in
we're
2024
getting to
before
the
I
daily
arrived.
or this
And
real substance that went into
as
the
such,
processing
it got to
of
be
the
part
letter
of the
disbandment.
conversation.
But I proceed to the
Now,
resources and budgetary
So that's why I'm
considerations,
saying
and
that
I'm not going to be
in those
detailed there because
paragraphs
it's there.
preceding where I am,
I've spoken about
we're getting to the belly
Except to say
or this real substance
allocation
that
of
went
resources,
into the processing
I
of the letter
consider
of
it to
disbandment.
be
But I proceed
policy making.
to the resources and budgetary considerations, and I'm not going to be detailed there because it's there. I've spoken
just
about it.
before starting
Except to say that
resources and
allocation of resources,
let
I
us-
consider it to be
Before we do
Minister,
so,
policy making.
Commissioner Kumalo's mic
Minister,
went
I had
on. I thought he's
understood
got a
Ms.
question for
Zulu
the
to say that you should
All right.
stop
At this
just
point,
before
otherwise I-
starting
thank you,
with
Chair.
resources and budgetary considerations. Let us. Yes.
Before we do so, Commissioner Kumalo's mic went on. I thought he's got a question for the minister. Oh, all right. Otherwise, happy to. Thank you, Chair.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
have considered the question of the brown envelope. We have decided to give it back to you, Minister. Have considered the question of from your legal the brown envelope. What you want to do with it. We have decided to give it back to you, Minister, and to ask that you seek legal advice. Thank you very much. From your legal representatives as to what you want to do with it and the people reflected on the list. That's what we suggest, Minister. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just to orientate us, before we broke for lunch, we were at your page 43. And we had just dealt with paragraph 116. Thank you, Chair. Which would then lead us to Minister, just next, to orientate us, sub-item. Before we broke for lunch, that you have headed we were at your page 43. I would invite you and to we had just dealt with paragraph 116, which would then lead us to we don't, the next sub-item in that chapter. That you have headed resource and budgetary considerations. That I would invite you to your version. You pick it up from there, but chapter to deal with. So we don't run into crisis time and into a 21st December 2024 crisis in respect of time. I would like to remind us that in putting forward your version, you still have a significant chapter to deal with. Three main topics which you had procedure followed preceding the 31st December 2024 directive, both with the reasons for the 31st December 24 directive and the post-directive implementation. So those are the three main topics left. And just to remind ourselves, that's where we intend to stop, both with you putting forward your version and the engagement we are going to have with you, because it's those topics that speak specifically to the issues of PKTT. The Chair will determine when that takes place. As previously placed on record, all other issues that you have addressed in your statement shall be for the second session of the Commission in this 1.5 days. In the new year. The Chair will determine when that takes place. I just want to remind ourselves your statement is extensive, and if you could and it will not be possible to deal with everything with appropriate and required depth if we were trying to cram it all in this 1.5 days. For that purpose. So, thank you so much. I just want to remind ourselves what awaits us, and if you could structure, therefore, your summaries accordingly to fit in with your and my agreement as to how much time you need for that purpose.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I then invite you to consider from paragraph 117 and deal with that sub-item resource and budgetary constraints. Thank you.
Is of primary importance in it. Thank you very much, Commissioners. Whether 117 taken together with 118 funded from the National Operational Center indicate that the issue of resources combat units is of primary importance in the department is taken police, from any other source, whether detectives. NPKTT is funded from the National Operational Center. We shouldn't would it affect use the combat units within SAPS, it is not allocated, or is taken from any other source, picking up especially detectives, different programs. The principle is one that is not allowed that by Treasury. We shouldn't use then it affects the budget for what it is not allocated for. And start picking up from different programs. If it's taken because that is not allowed by Treasury. Causes the standstill that is there in SAPS. Then it affects performance levels. Things like many dockets to a detective where money is taken from. Very cumbersome. If it's taken from detectives, for instance, poor performance
it causes the standstill that is there in subs.
Having made that point,
Things like physical dockets,
to say
things like many dockets to a
the whole of
detective,
subs resources
which is very cumbersome,
are an issue
resulting into
that
poor performance
cannot
and convictions and
escape
all of
my
that.
attention as minister,
Having made that point,
because it is so important.
to say
I indicate on page
the whole
44
of subs resources
that
are an issue that
if we continue funding
cannot
national
escape my
political
attention
sustain
as
the way
minister,
it is happening,
because it is so
we are being
important.
insensitive to
I indicate
discuss the
on page
resources
44
that we have for
that
making sure that the whole of subs is
if
as
we continue
effective
funding national political killings team the way it is happening,
or NPKTT,
we are being insensitive
there's
to
budget items
discuss resources
just for 12 months
that we have for making sure that the whole of subs is as effective
that
as it
amount
should
of
be.
money just for S&T and accommodation,
PKTT
40 million,
or NPKTT,
883,000.
there's a
food and
budget items there
beverages,
just for 12
15
months
193, 15 million
requiring
100,000.
that amount of money just for
Incidental costs,
S&T and accommodation, 40
6
million,
laundry,
883,000,
overtime,
food
30 million,
and beverages, 15 million, 193,
440,000.
15 million, 193,000,
This kind of
incidental
expenditure
costs,
concentrated in just
6
one tip,
million,
which is
laundry,
is
1.2 million,
unjustifiable.
overtime, 30
The budget
million,
for subs has been
cell
reduced
phone,
by 11% over the
440,000.
last few years. And therefore,
Now,
it's something
This
that
kind of
should talk to the
expenditure
way
concentrated
resources
in
are
just one
allocated.
tip, which is temporary, is unjustifiable.
If I come
The
to
budget for subs has
this
been
year, for
reduced
instance,
by 11% over
I do want
the
to
last few years.
display,
And therefore,
I want to
it's
come to
something
one
that
small-
should talk to the way
one page.
resources are allocated. If I come to
which I asked
this
for,
year, for instance,
just to
I do want to
show
display, I want to come
Minister,
to
is
just
that from
one
your
small
statement?
or one
Is
page.
that a separate document you would like projected?
it's in the
Presentation
It's
which
not-
I asked for,
It's
just to
it
show.
talks to case management.
Minister, is that from your statement?
Yes,
Or is that a
case
separate
management.
document you
And
would
I'm
like
not
projected?
necessarily focusing
It's
on that.
it's in the
I'm just
in the
focusing
bundle.
on
It's not
the results
It's
we have on.
it talks
especially,
to case
convictions and
management.
so on. You have this document.
It's an annexure to your statement.
Yes, case management, and I'm not necessarily focusing on that. I'm just focusing
It's an
on
extract from
the
presentation to the
results
portfolio committee.
that we have
Two-page
on,
document, if I may.
especially
present one page.
convictions and
First
so on.
page.
You have this document
Okay.
in the bundle.
It's got section one, case management,
think
docket
we will
docket
project
status.
what we believe is the
Politically related
document.
cases, that's the heading of the document.
It's an extract from presentation to the portfolio committee.
It's a two-page document, if I may.
And I'll present one page, the first page.
Okay, it's got section
Yeah,
one,
yeah,
case
perhaps,
management,
let your attorney
docket
direct
status,
us if it is a
politically
specific
related
annexure.
cases, that's the heading
And
of the
we will
document.
try and pull it up.
Are we in the wrong document?
26.
Perhaps let your attorney direct us if it is a specific annexure, and we will try and pull it up.
While
SMP?
we obtain an
26.
electronic copy, Commissioners, that is, it appears at page 565 in volume 3 of the Minister's statement. While we obtain an electronic copy, Commissioners, that is, it appears at page 565.
Okay.
Minister, we think we've
Volume
located the
3
correct document. Can you
of the
direct us to
minister's
the
statement.
correct page now?
It's just the first page of the two.
And under the heading purpose.
And the presentation to the portfolio committee. Okay.
Minister, we think we have located the correct document. Can you direct us to the correct page now?
It's just the first page of the two.
And under the heading purpose.
And the presentation to the portfolio committee.
Minister, we are going to project
just
and then
taking
you will
one
tell us if
page.
we are in
Okay.
the right place.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that the page you wanted
That's
to
the
speak
page.
to? Okay.
I'm just
Minister,
wanting
we are
us
going to
to
project and then
take
you'll
this
tell us
as a
if we are in the
package.
right place.
Yes. Number one, that is 119, which I've just presented, the expenditure pattern of the NKPT.
Is that the page you wanted
that's
to
the page.
speak to? Okay.
I'm just wanting us to take this as a package. Number one, that
We are
is
trying to locate
119,
it. We
which I've
were
just
provided
presented,
with this.
the expenditure pattern
We
of
provided with this
the
two-pager.
NKPT,
Minister, Attorney told us it's annexure 26.
We are in the right
But what you have on the
annexure.
screen will
Which
not
page
appear
is
at annexure 26. We are trying to locate it. We were provided with this. But we provided with this two-pager. Minister Mkunu's attorney told us it's annexure 26. But what you have on the screen will not appear at annexure 26. It's an extra document that we've been provided with. But the minister confirms that that is the document he wants to talk to. So perhaps afterwards, once again, we'll have a conversation with the attorneys to understand where this particular
So, Commissioners,
document
I'm
fits
saying
in his annexures.
if we take
I'll propose that
119,
perhaps
which is
in the
expenditure
meantime,
pattern,
he speaks to what's on
for
the
12
screen.
months for PKTT, combine it with the point that I've just made of 11% reduction of the operational budget. Commissioners, I'm saying if we take 119, and which is the expenditure pattern, add this slide for 12 months for PKTT, combine it with the point that I've just made of 11% reduction of the operational budget of SABS. Contextualize what we are saying. You will see that. Add this slide. You'll see what's happening with the budget of SABS. It is nominally increasing. But in real terms, or contextualize or use this slide to contextualize what we are saying. You will see that in a context, what's happening with the budget of SABS is that it is nominally increasing. Look at the slide from the perspective, but in real terms, it is getting down as a result of demands of policing and the population. So if you look at this slide, 191, you will see that are finalized. When you look at work done, you look at the slide from the perspective of work done. Cases that are finalized under investigation, other, and then 199 finalized. You have 191 that are finalized. 191 over. There are 56. You have 333 dockets the guilt over the period, which is 29% since 2018. Of the and then 199 finalized, figure 3, which is 57%. If you could push it up. But out of 191, you will see there are 56, 333 dockets. The guilt verdict has been given, which is 29%. 56 of the 191. And then the last line, figure 3. And then, if you could push it up a bit, 17%. You will see that out of 333 dockets, you can make, you have 56 opinion guilty versions, verdicts. When you look at it from the perspective of value, that constitutes 17% deteriorating of the 33 cases. It will tell you that you rather have, you can make the way you want whatever opinion and so on, but the thing is, when you look at it from the perspective of value for money in a context of a deteriorating budget, it will tell you that you rather have to review the way you want to use the resources
with this statistic.
in the department. That's the purpose of those. And then I'm getting...
Minister has not been successful. Make sure that I don't lose you. From the beginning. Is that what you're seeking? Is what you're conveying with this statistic?
Yes,
are you conveying that the PKTT has not been successful? There's never been value for money from the beginning. Is that what you're seeking to show with the statistics?
You look at the deteriorating budget, in the directive, there is a half a sentence or something that says, that talks to the value for money.
But then you look at
and if you look at stats, you look at the deteriorating budget, you look at demands which are affecting performance, you look at what we spend.
Where I sit,
in 12 months for one task team.
I wasn't happy.
But then you look at the outcomes. It constitutes the doubt that you are happy with the value for money.
NPKTT was established
in that. And from where I sit, I felt I wasn't happy and satisfied with the value for money.
Just been murdered.
And I may as well indicate here that when NPKTT was established, it was 2018, it followed an incident in which wherein Musawa Nkosi Mchunu had just been murdered.
That family.
But to date, we are yet to secure or see a conviction
on that case
arising from that murder.
4 of
As we
those
speak, my understanding from the family who are not distant from that family, you are talking about
murder.
5
and then 1
suspects, all in all, on that case of 2018.
At the moment,
4 of those suspects
were yet to see a conviction
suspected for
that relates directly to the first
conspiring
case,
to murder.
which was almost
And
a
then
test
1
case
is a suspect for murder.
when NPKTT
So at the
was
moment,
established.
7 years
And
down
is
the
not
line,
yet,
we are yet to see
But let me
a conviction
move on. And I do want to say
that relates
that is
directly
not
to the first
necessarily
case,
to say,
which was almost a
personally,
test case
I blame NPKTT
when
for that,
NPKTT
because
was
they're part of
established,
SAPS.
and there is none yet
It merely
registered.
indicates expenditure.
But let me
vis-a-vis
move on, and I do want to say
results.
that is not necessarily to
There is
say
a question of
personally I
inequities,
blame NPKTT for that
in
because
SAPS,
they're part of
between
SAPS, and
task teams
it
and
merely
between
indicates
units.
expenditure
And
patterns
I point out
vis-a-vis
that
the actual
if you
results
continue with
and so on.
national political,
There is then a
task
question of
focusing
inequities
in KZN, you definitely are duplicating.
in SAPS
In as much as you may
between
not want to accept
task
that as a
teams
fact,
and
but that is
between
in
units.
reality what's happened.
And I point
And it
out
has been the
that
case for some time.
if you
You've
continue
made a
with
robbery,
national political
and it
killings
is
task team
around 45
focusing in
people or
KZN,
so.
you definitely are duplicating. In as
and
much as
then
you may not
you
want
have
to accept that as a
NPKTT
fact,
dealing
but
with
that is
matters at the same
in
time.
reality what's
You
happening.
rather
And it has been the
rationalize
case for some time.
and
You have murder and
spend
robbery,
once in a sustainable
and it is around 45 people
and that is
or
beneficial
so.
to
And then you have
if you
NPKTT
stop
dealing with murders
duplicating.
at the same time.
But at
You
one
rather
point,
rationalize and you
said
spend
to
once
the National
in
Commission,
a sustainable
National Commission,
manner,
murder
and that is
is
beneficial to the people.
let's
So,
not
so you
let's
stop
not,
duplicating.
create a false
But at one
hierarchy
point,
in murders in South Africa
I said
as
to
South African police.
the National Commissioner, murder
Now,
is murder.
I listened to the National Commissioner.
Let's
speaking
not-
here at the Commission. And
Let's not
to
create
Lieutenant
a
General
false
Kuma.
hierarchy
And
in
as I
murders in
listened,
South
I
Africa
got
as
more and
South
more
African police.
squeezed internally. When they repeatedly
Now,
use the word
I listened to the National
Tradition.
Commissioner speaking here
traditional,
at the
that
Commission and
NPKTT
to
doesn't use
Lieutenant General
traditional
Kuma.
methods when investigating.
And as I
They don't
listened,
use
I got more
normal
and more
methods.
squeezed internally. When they repeatedly
they-
use the word
they are using
traditional, that
what has
NPKTT
been,
doesn't use traditional methods when
put
investigating.
into
They don't use
into
normal
NPKTT
methods.
to
Um,
make sure that
they-
they are as
they-
effective
they-
as
they-
all of us
they-
would be.
They are using
Now, but they're
what
doing
is-
that in a
what,
in a small scale,
has
as
been,
as I'm saying,
put
dealing
in
with small
into
figures. And then the rest of the people with high
NPKTT
figures
to make sure that they are
subject
as
them to
effective as all
normal
of us would be.
investigation, traditional
Now,
investigation.
but they are doing that in
Even
a
when
small
you
scale,
you
as
take
I'm
blood
saying,
samples,
dealing
what
with
you do,
small figures,
they-
and then the rest of
they
the people
said
with
it's
high figures,
30 it's 3
you
days
subject them
for
to
a political
normal
murder
investigation, traditional investigations.
For a normal matter.
Even when you take blood samples.
Look, I'm not going to be
What do
minister
you do?
forever. At one
They-
point, I will
They
go
said
home.
it's 30,
And,
it's 3 days
if I come
for
across
a political matter case,
I'll be
whereas
one of
it is
those
30 days for
whose
a normal
investigation
matter.
will be deemed as normal.
And
As traditional.
look, I'm not going to be minister
Because it
forever.
won't
At
fall
one point,
within this category.
I will go home.
And the point is,
And
are we on the
if
right
I come
track?
across
Is that justifiable
murder,
morally and
I'll
ethically?
be one of those
And from where I stand, it
whose
is not,
investigation
and not in
will
line
be
with
deemed as
the
normal,
Constitution of the Republic.
as
So
traditional,
the issue is
because it won't fall
when
within this
you
category.
are in the
And the
in
point
space,
is,
normal
are we
space,
on the right track? Is
listening
that
to
justifiable
successes,
morally
listening
and
to this,
ethical?
it is nice
And from where
to
I stand, it is
consume
not,
that.
and
But
not
when
in
you are
line
alone
with the Constitution of
as
the
minister,
Republic. So
thinking
the issue
things
is,
through,
when you
in terms
are
of
in
principles,
in the space, normal space,
looking at things in a principled
listening
way,
to successes,
you come out
listening
empty
to this, it is
in the
nice
sense
to
that
consume
you are
that.
not able
But when
to
you are alone,
respond
as minister,
ethically and morally to the
thinking
question,
things through,
why do you differentiate
you
between
in
matters?
terms of
What justifies
principles,
And
looking at
therefore,
things in a
matter
principled
is
way,
matter, there's no hierarchy.
you come out empty
And subs must
in the
then
sense that
subject
you are not
themselves
able to respond
So no
ethically and
days
morally to the question, why do you differentiate
for the
between
rest of the
matters?
people,
What justifies that?
when you
And
do
therefore,
samples,
matter is matter, there's no
and
hierarchy.
3 days
And
for
subs
political
must then subject themselves to that.
Are you
So
suggesting
no
that
30 days
a new
for
method of conducting investigations
for the rest of the
cannot
people
be piloted on a small
when
scale
you do samples.
before it is rolled out
And then
nationally?
3 days
Because
for
surely
politically
you must first
motivated.
test a new method of success. Are you suggesting that a new method of conducting investigations cannot be piloted on a small scale before it is rolled out nationally? Because surely
Not really.
you must first
I'm
test
saying
a new
it
method
is a correct
success
way of
on
doing
a
things,
small
but
scale. And
we
then
should
if
and
you deem
could
it
have done
successful,
that
then you
some
roll
time
it
ago.
out across.
And at some point,
Are
we
you
should
suggesting
say,
that
do
that
it,
is not the correct way of doing
because
things?
you have already created or established. Not really.
your murder and
I'm
robbery.
saying it is a correct
And
way
long ago,
of doing things,
you
but
keep on delaying.
we should and
You
could
must
have done that
immediately
some
do
time
it.
ago.
And why?
And
There's
at
no
some point, we should
justification
say,
for you to
do
postpone.
it, because
there's
you have
been
already
implementation
created or
letters,
established
2 of them,
your murder and
2
robbery,
assessments, but still
and long
not
ago,
implemented. So
but you keep
it
on
has been an
delaying.
experiment gone
You
too
must
long.
immediately do it.
And
There's no
not
justification
in
for you to
compliance with
postpone.
the imperatives.
There have been
that we are
implementation
facing now.
letters,
So there's
2
nothing. It's
of them.
like going
2
out there, building a
assessments,
hospital,
but still not
and then
implemented.
you
So
put in
it has been an
surgeons
experiment
and
gone
all
too
the
long,
specialists and so on.
and
And then the hospital all of a sudden
not
does very
in
well
compliance
in
with
terms of
the
patients coming in and
imperatives
so on.
that we are facing now.
But
So there's
then,
nothing. It's like
you
going
leave
out
the
there
rest
building
of
a
the
hospital,
population outside,
and then you put
and you
in
subject them to
surgeons
normal, and then
and
you say
all
to
the
the public,
specialists
"I'm
and so
pleased
on.
that
And
we
then the
are
hospital
making
all of a sudden
progress
does
and
very
there's
well
no other team
in terms of
or
patients
hospital
coming in
like
and so
this
on.
one. But you know that
But
all the
then
hospitals are not like that. I'm
you
just
leave the
making
rest of the population
And I'm saying
outside,
that morally
and you
and
subject them
ethically,
to normal,
it
and then you
can't
say
stand
to the
the test.
public, "I'm pleased
And the longer
that
we
we
keep
are
it,
making progress,
more
and there's no
unjustified,
other team or
it
hospital
is."
like this one." But you know that
and the
all the other
experiment has been
hospitals are
there
not
for-
like
for
that. I'm
quite
just
a long
making
time.
an example. And I'm saying
Now,
that
I then
morally
move
and
to,
ethically, it can't stand the test.
136.
And the longer we keep it,
Those were
the more unjustifiable
the
it
directives,
is.
3 of them.
And the experiment
Although
has been there
we're now-
for quite a long
We're
time.
now running with 1.
Now, I then moved to
there were those others, and they were selected
136.
because
Those were
their
the
impact
the
on crime in
directives,
South
3 of
Africa
them.
at the moment.
Although
I'm not
we
going
have
to
now
go to each one of them,
we are
but
now running with
I'm just
1,
highlighting the
1363, but
why
there were
3
those others,
were
and they were
selected.
selected
Ministry has a number
because
of priorities,
of
quite a
their
number.
impact
But then from those priorities,
on crime in South
I
Africa
selected
at the
those.
moment.
It was just for one reason.
I'm not going to go to each one
At
of
the
them,
beginning
but
of the year,
I'm just
2025,
highlighting the
just take
reason
those 3,
why
focus,
3
get
were
rid of
selected.
them, and then
Ministry
go to
has
the
a number
rest
of priorities,
because
quite
of
a
their
number.
impact on crime.
But then from those
in South
priorities,
Africa.
I selected
attend
those.
to them.
It was just for
And
one
I'm
reason.
glad that 136,
At the beginning of the year
132,
2025, Just take those three, focus, get rid of them, and then go to the rest. Because of their impact on crime in South Africa. And attend to them. And I'm glad that 1361, 1362 were attended as directives. And we worked together and we moved on, and we made substantial progress on both. The one that remained behind, and as a result of people changing their mind midway, we then diverted and sidestepped, and we are in that particular situation. But the two moved on very smoothly and made a lot of progress. I will deal with them maybe when I come back. Then there were several meetings up until that took place, 142, 144, 143, just highlighting our focus on matters, on firearms and on drugs, all those matters. Up until still following that report, follow-up meetings on those dates, as I indicate. Those were various meetings dealing with the same structures, priorities, and making progress. Still following that report, the Marai report on implementation guidelines. Now, I'm saying that on paragraph 154, I'm just highlighting the very same issue that, as far as I'm concerned, there's a problem of compliance with Treasury guidelines. We get our budget allocated for this, and then we compel ourselves to use the budget for something else, which we can't keep on doing. It's not a way of running a department, a proper way of department, because it leads to irregularities consistently. And then decision finalization and the 31st. So by the 31st, by late December, we had gone through the work study. We had done the memorandum related to the PKTT, asking for money midway and so on. We had done with what accompanies the Marai report, the work study, the Marai report. We had done those meetings on the 1st, on the 21st, on the 22nd, listening to what PKTT, and even spoke, especially in the meeting on the 21 and the 22nd, on the 1st and the 22nd, where I indicated clearly the need to urgently review the status quo in relation to NPKTT from the macro point of view. The National Commissioner indicating that, in any case, that was never a permanent structure. It was meant to be temporal, and that we should go that route. And then December 31st, just to clarify the actual directives. In my understanding, and I do want to say that when I indicated with reference to the PKTT, I attached the word immediately. Subject for today. Just to clarify what, in my understanding, as I was sitting on the desk writing, I was not influenced by anyone. I would want to indicate to commissioners that I wrote this, although it's not the subject for today, but I wrote the directives, and I take full responsibility for them. All three of them. This is my fifth. I was not influenced by anyone, anywhere, not by phone, not by anything. I just had said for 3 days, 29, 30, 31, and asked myself, and then I wrote what changes, what impact have I made on SAPS? This is my 5th month in the department. I'm heading for the 6th month. On the work that and I need to see qualitatively the difference that I've made. And then I wrote these directives, wanting to exactly where it came from. Select just 3 issues that would make further impact on the work that we had done, and not come to the department and just stay and not make any difference. And therefore, immediately, I know exactly where it came from. It says, okay.
Minister, maybe
It just
here's my
comes
suggestion.
naturally.
It's
It
page
says-
476,
Minister, to assist you,
SM20 in your annexures bundle.
If you could pull out
In
your
my-
file
oh,
2.
in my
your file
annexure.
2.
So maybe as you are talking, have it in
Should be
front
marked
of you.
2
It will
or
make
5.
it easier.
Okay. It
It's
just
not with your
comes
statement. Your
naturally.
statement
It
is a
says,
standalone
in
file.
another-
Minister, to assist
okay.
you, is help coming.
It's fine, they will assist me.
If you
So
could
when
pull
we
out
get
your
to
file
file
2, do you have your file 2 closed?
she's going
by?
to open page 476
It should be marked
for you,
2 or 5.
which is the disbandment letter.
Is
that
it a
you-
It's not with your statement. Your statement is a
that
standalone
document
in
file.
another
that
thing.
the
Okay.
Commissioner
There is
Kumalo
help coming.
suggests.
It's fine, they
When
will
you deal
assist
with
me.
these
So when we get to
aspects,
file
also
2,
with reference to that document.
she's going to open page 476 for you, which is the disbandment letter that you
Okay.
issued. And it is that document that Commissioner Kumalo suggests.
Okay.
When you deal with these aspects,
I touch
you do
on
so
this.
with reference to that document.
Thank you. Thank you for guidance. I find it. Yes, thank you. So I won't go to, oh yes, this is the directives themselves. Oh, I see, thank you. The meaning in this context of immediately is not as that of
Yes, thank you.
switching the light. So I won't go to, oh yes, this is the directives themselves. Oh, I see, thank you. The meaning in this context of immediately is not as
can't be read alone
that of switching the light.
It needs to be read with
Switch off that light.
what I
immediately.
requested from the
and you
National
go to the wall, you do
Commission
so. That is why go and prepare from where I sit immediately can't be read alone
preliminary report.
in the directives.
And
It
then
needs to be
also
read with
later, after the preliminary
what I
report,
requested from the
there
National
should be
Commissioner
UNESCO.
saying,
UNESCO is where minister and deputy minister, that is
Go and
minister, sit
prepare
with top management,
the
so that we consider
preliminary report.
what I
And
have taken a
then
decision
also
on
later,
immediately.
after the preliminary report,
immediately would
there
then
should be
mean
UNESCO. UNESCO
the
is
decision has
where
been taken immediately.
minister and deputy minister, that
Then
is ministry, sit with top
Prepare for
management,
those two
so that we
things.
consider
So
what
when you read
I have taken a
that
decision
immediately
on
alone
immediately.
you remove
So immediately would then mean the decision has been taken
preliminary
immediately.
report, and you remove
Then
the UNESCO meeting
prepare for
that was
those
attached
two
to that
things.
very directive.
So when you
Immediately
read
loses meaning.
that immediately
As
alone
in
you
the
remove,
I'm sorry, Minister.
you remove
I want to understand.
the preliminary report
Your use
and you
of
remove the UNESCO meeting
You say
that was attached to that very directive, immediately loses meaning
disbandment.
as in the directive.
I'm sorry, immediately. I want to understand. You say your use of immediately. What do you say?
It relates to a
immediately
decision
relates to?
having been
Does it
taken.
relate to the
So
disbandment?
saying to the National Commission, take
That is
note that the decision
disbandment
has been taken
immediately.
immediately.
If not, what do you say it relates to? I'm not sure I understood you. That
It relates to a decision
Maybe let me
having
put it
been
like this to
taken.
explain.
So saying to the National Commission, take note
It
that the
doesn't
decision has
say,
been
for
taken
instance,
immediately.
The
So
decision
with
with immediate effect, it says immediately.
It is
meaning
you
This decision has
that
been
acted
taken immediately.
immediately. The way I'm sitting, I think the two mean the same.
Maybe let me put it like this to explain.
But in the context, especially
It doesn't
when
say,
you
for
attach,
instance,
the preliminary
with
report,
immediate
which is
effect.
not
It says
required
immediately, meaning
as of 31.
this decision has been taken
It is
immediately.
required
The
for
way I'm
another
sitting,
date,
I think
and
the
then
two mean the
UNESCO,
same.
It clearly sends a message
But
that this
in the
immediate
context,
is
especially
not like switching off.
when you attach
It's not like whoever
as
is
the
driving
preliminary
Yes,
report,
then
which is
when
not
I
required
Studied
as of 31.
or was taught
It is
English in
required
the
for
younger
another
days.
date, and then the UNESCO.
They would
It
say
clearly
that
sends a message that this immediate is not like switching off. It's not like whoever is driving.
Minister, when I studied or was taught English in my younger days, they would say an adverb So which verb in your sentence does it modifies a verb, I think, and an adjective qualifies a noun. That's the grammar I was taught. So your immediately is an adverb. So which verb in your sentence does it modify or does it relate to? That's where I ordinarily want to be sure of what it to mean that you want, because as the sentence stands, immediately it follows immediately after the verb disestablished. And ordinarily, I would read that to mean that you want the task team disestablished immediately. So they immediately relates to disestablished. So that's what must happen immediately. Now, with those views and a little bit of grammar insofar as I understand it, can you try to explain and make me understand your use of immediately?
There would definitely be a process. It says immediately, yes. The National Commissioner needs to speak to or respond to. I understood that immediately, but point is a process. It denotes a process. There would definitely be a process. The preliminary report, which the National Commissioner needs to speak to or respond to. Preliminary report. It is immediately or not before, but pointing to two futuristic events. The preliminary report, if you like, you would say, "Oh, okay, it's immediately, but not before." The preliminary report is presented, indicating a timeline, or not before. It was indicating a timeline, because otherwise, what would those? The decision has been taken. What would be the meaning of writing the process itself, asking for a preliminary report, if it was not indicating a timeline? Indicated in the letter. It was indicating a timeline. I could have written this immediately. The decision is taken. The decision has been taken immediately. It would have given, but then the process itself, and anyone will be what is any other meaning as indicated in the letter. Otherwise, I could have written this and stopped it immediately. And it would have given a different meaning. But anyone who says, any other, what is any other meaning here, except exactly what it says, immediately, and in the context of dispense now and everything. But once you say, it's like saying pending a preliminary report, pending the UNESCO meeting. But of course, that is immediately. And in the context of government processes, you use these words, but
it can't come to screeching or interrogating. I just wanted to understand your use of immediately. I'm saying what you are saying, basically, Minister, is that it could not come to a screeching halt.
It wouldn't.
It wouldn't. All right, Minister, thank you. I was not interrogating you. I just wanted to understand your use of
how you're explaining.
Thank you very much.
You contemplated.
Can I just follow up on that? I do apologize, Mr.
Now that the chair has started there, the National Commissioner, you say, and it's on the back of this discussion with the chairperson, how you're explaining what you contemplated with the use of immediately. Now, there are two things that you ask the National Commissioner to do. You say he must give a preliminary report on the 20th of January, in the interim, and then the last act in execution of your decision is a final and closing report that must be submitted to a late meeting in January 2025. Now,
I was expecting
in the interim report, in the light of this discussion with the chair, what did you expect to see in the implementation of this instruction? What do you expect to see in the interim report?
And I must say, I've done this. I was expecting even in other departments a few times, any kind of response that would give effect to the directive now. If not, any other response from the National Commissioner. And I must say, I've done this
I'm the first
even
one
in
normally
other
to
departments
say
a few times, even in a meeting,
DG would say,
to say,
Minister,
DG,
2 weeks.
we've taken
And
a
I would say
decision
fine.
now.
Because
We have
I've come
immediately
to
taken a
understand how
decision.
officials of government
And I would
work.
even ask, how long would it
They
take
work
you?
very hard.
A week?
But
I'm
not
the first
without
one normally to say a
one
week,
form or the other
and
of
DG would say,
relaxing.
Minister,
Sometimes
2 weeks,
in a situation
and I would say fine.
where you really
Because
feel
I've
the
come to
pressure
understand how
yourself. So
officials of government
I was
work.
expecting that National Commission
They work very hard,
would respond,
but not
That is the
without
way he would respond
one
to
form
the
or the
directive.
other of relaxing.
But in particular,
Sometimes in a situation
indicating
where you really
how
feel the pressure yourself.
this would
So
be given effect,
I was expecting
how it would happen
that
from
National
his
Commissioner would respond.
Simply because
That is the
even
way
if I left it
he would
in-
respond to the directive.
earlier, where
But
I
in
was explaining,
particular,
the
indicating
powers of the minister versus
how
the powers of the
this would be given
National
effect,
Commission.
how
But they are
it would
the two
happen
sides
from
of
his
the same
perspective.
simply because even if I left it in
I
earlier,
note what you say.
where
guess
I was
we'll have a further
explaining
discussion. And then
the powers of the
you've told
minister
us what
versus
you
the
would
the
expect-
powers
you
of
were
the
expecting to see in the
National
interim- in the
Commission.
preliminary
But they are the
report.
two
And then
sides
in the
of the same
final
coin.
report, which must come in January still.
Okay,
I note what you say. I guess we'll have a further
what do you
discussion.
expect to see
And then you've told us what you would
I was
expect, you were
expecting
expecting
to
to see in the
see
interim, in the preliminary report.
First,
And then in the
get the
final report,
outcome
which
of
must
the
come
preliminary
in,
report.
in
Depending
January
on the
still.
preliminary report.
It's a
Yes.
close-up
Move to the
report.
final. I knew
What do you
that
expect to see
This
there?
is quite a tight time frame.
I was expecting to
Just to
see
highlight the agency, to highlight
first
the
get the
importance, to highlight
outcome of the
what I
preliminary
wanted to draw
report.
the attention of the
Depending on the
department
preliminary
right at
report,
the beginning
then we
of the
move
year.
to the final.
I
I knew that
as usual,
this is quite a tight
there would
time
be
frame,
flexibilities
but it was
in the
deliberate, just to
process.
highlight
At
the
one point,
agency,
as an example,
to highlight the
I wanted
importance,
us to hold
to
a
highlight
workshop, a 3-day
what I
workshop
wanted to draw the attention of the
February
department
or so.
to, right at the
But
beginning of
as
the year.
time goes,
I knew
went
that,
on preparing.
as usual, there
They
would
then
be
said- management
flexibilities
said,
in the
"No,
process.
Minister, let's hold
At one
this
point, as an
workshop
example, I
in
wanted
March
us to
or
hold
something
a
like
workshop,
that.
a 3-day
Even
workshop,
the
in February or so.
summit, police
But
summit.
as
We
time
didn't hold
goes,
it at the
went
time that
on preparing,
I had indicated
they
first,
then said,
or we had indicated
management
first as
said,
minister.
no,
We
Minister,
held it
let's
much
hold
later.
this
It
workshop
happens quite
in March
quite
or something like
frequently.
that. Even
That
the,
as minister, you want this period.
summit,
you
police
pronounce
summit, we didn't
But
hold it at
then
the time that
the officials,
I had
when they
indicated
implement,
first,
when they
or we had
operationalize,
indicated first as
they
minister.
find that
We
they
held
come
it
back
much
to you, they
later.
propose a
It
different
happens
time frame.
quite,
It happens
quite,
quite
quite
frequently,
frequently.
and I hope not
That
just
as
me,
minister,
alone,
you want
all
this
of us.
period, and you pronounce it. But then the officials, when they implement, when they operationalize, they find that they come back to you, they propose a different time frame.
What
It
you were
happens quite frequently, and I hope
note your
not just me
explanation. I
alone,
guess we'll have
all
a
of us.
discussion about it.
So
Technically,
that,
Okay, I'm sorry, Minister.
to your evidence leader. No, I was going to hand back. I was going to hand back to Ms. Sill. I just wanted clarification of what you were contemplating, and I note your explanation. I guess we'll have further discussion about it. But I think I'll head back to your evidence leader.
Ms. Sillo,
And I just wanted
just to say,
point out that I think
this
when
does not
Commissioner
mean
Baloyi
that we
indicated she
have
wanted to say
started
something.
engaging.
Indeed.
Just a sort of clarity.
And I do appreciate
And,
that.
my
In
colleague-
fact, I
my
finished
colleague Commissioner
session
says
where
that
the
he
minister
too
gives his
wants
version.
something clarified.
But at the same time,
We will-
it is necessary that
And I just wanted to point out that I think when Commissioner Baloyi indicated she wanted to say something, and I do appreciate that we haven't finished that session where the minister gives his version. But at the same time, it is necessary that we introduce some logic to how we approach things. So in light of us trying to, or at least the three of you trying to have a better understanding of that paragraph, that last paragraph, I too have some questions. And I wanted to say, when I put them to the minister, it's all clarity-seeking questions, not so much that we have started to engage, but I'll do so after Commissioner Kumalo. Thank you.
Because good afternoon again, Minister. Again, still only seeking clarity. This is what it says. I have difficulty with your explanation that immediately refers to you having made a decision immediately. So my reading because is that I'm going to read that sentence. This is what it says. I therefore direct that the political killings trust team be disestablished immediately. So my reading of it is that you were directing that something be done immediately, not that you were saying you have made an immediate decision that something must happen in the future. So if you can just
start, aligning yourself. Definitely, that is part of what immediately kind of response in terms of the decision that has been taken would mean. It would mean start thinking about the process. Even though we are not start stopping now, preparing the report. Start, aligning yourself with this or any other kind of response. So it indicates obviously that even though we are not stopping now, everything switching off now, but decision that the switch on the process. You open it up.
Does it also mean if you have different views, then engage me on those views?
The second meeting after obviously, the preliminary report, it will mean that exactly because so that we have engagements. Any decision that the ministry would take, you open it up for engagement with the management. That's why the second meeting after the preliminary report would entail UNESCO so that we have engagements on the method to assess whatever would have come up from the preliminary report.
My one question
we will come back to the directive, but for now I'll give back.
My second question still on that. Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. And I refer you to the sentence by way of clarity, still on the same paragraph, filing of the preliminary report. My one question has in part been asked by Commissioner Kumalo. My second question still on that paragraph, and I refer you to the sentence relating to the filing of the preliminary report. That sentence starts with a word further. You state further that a preliminary report in this regard be submitted. Now, in the context of trying to understand what immediately means, I would like some clarity as to further to what must a understanding, or do you think preliminary report be filed? My interpretation of that paragraph is further to the immediate disbandment, a preliminary report must be filed. I want to test my understanding with you. Would that be a correct understanding, or do you think I am completely misreading that? It is further to something. Precisely because you say further. It doesn't say to be disestablished immediately. To determine further to what? And that, or whatever. And that a preliminary report be filed. It says further, comma. So that has to imply it is further to something. And going back into the paragraph, I am trying to determine further to what. And the only thing that my logic tells me is further to the immediate disestablishment. So I just want to test my understanding
therefore direct
with you.
Political killings trust team. I want to see the sentence.
It starts. Let's start.
Oh yes, I see.
Yes.
I see the sentence. Further, going forward. So. I therefore direct that the political killings trust team, in other words, be disestablished immediately.
So,
meaning
what would have
decision taken and then processes, but further to that, is there going forward,
immediate disestablishment, which, as you say,
or no,
means that.
In other words, then prepare preliminary report.
So what would precede the filing of a preliminary report? About the meaning you attach, is there immediate disestablishment, which, as you say, means that to start the process of disestablishment?
Only, other than switching off.
Okay, but in the meantime, I'm clarified about the meaning you attach, as I guess as completed. Your Commissioner version, pointed out, putting forward your version, and perhaps we shall not revert to this paragraph over the course of today and Perhaps an engagement started earlier. But in the meantime, I am aware that you have not completed your version, putting forward your version, and I'm not laying the blame at your doorstep, Minister. I accept that perhaps an engagement started earlier than you had anticipated to finish that exercise.
I think I'll leave it as
so
it is.
Would it be fair to grant you perhaps 5 more minutes to wrap up to enable the process to move forward? Thank you.
Let me try that. On reasons, therefore, on page 56, I think I'll leave it as it is. And page 57, I've touched on budgetary matters to then go to what is the report, what I consider to be important, to be prepared, paragraph 114 by the 20th.
Yes.
To indicate that on paragraph 114, I would be on leave. Since the letter required a report to be prepared by the 20th, until 14 January 2025, I instructed Brigadier Litoko, and given that I would be on leave, this is a direct quote, Minister, to all deputy national, because I'm now indicating what happened after General Sibia. Until I would be on leave until 14 January 2025, I instructed Brigadier Litoko of my office to forward the letter from the Minister to all Deputy National Commissioners, including Lieutenant General Sibia, to instruct them to prepare the necessary report. To me, that kind of response from the National Commissioner was flowing, was a response which resonated with the letter and spirit of what I had written in terms of the directives. Yes, I'm reading on paragraph 114. I see that it's
114 of your statement, Minister.
Minister, may I invite you to page 59 of your statement, page 59?
Yes, I'm reading.
With regard to paragraph 176.
I see that it's
my understanding is this is what you just spoke to.
Yes,
Minister, may I invite you to page 59 of your statement, page 59?
Yes.
And if you have regard to paragraph 176. Yes. My understanding is this is what you just spoken to now.
Yes, the mistake has done is to make a quotation outside this. I'm sorry about that. I see the error that I made. So we're on paragraph 176.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry about that. To say what then happens on the 3rd. It's that there is then the directive now of the National Commissioner to his staff in the office to say write such and such a letter and do and inform Deputy National Commissioners and follow. I received the news when I got the indication and inform them that the National Commissioners instructed, which indicated to me two things. One was that we were one. It was just a couple of days after the letter of the in relation to when I received the news, or when I got the indication that the National Commissioners instructed Brigadier Litoko as early as the 3rd of January while he was on leave. It was just a couple of days after the letter of the directive in relation to PKT. But what is important is on page 6, paragraph 179. The next thing is 16 January. It says on 22 January 2025. Well, that was a separate meeting. And the 17th. I'll come back at some other point on those. But what is important is on page 60, paragraph 179. Now, I want to go to paragraph wherein it says on 22 January 2025, National Commissioner finished a comprehensive memorandum to me acknowledging receipt of my 31st December 24 directive. Preliminary reports. Now, I want to go to paragraph where the National Commissioner says the following. I quote, and then in conclusion, I then took that directly from the report, preliminary report of the 22nd, for which it was established, where the National Commissioner says the following. No other task team in South Africa has achieved in conclusion, nor has been able to. The task team has undeniably achieved and far exceeded the purpose for which it was established.
The directive by the Minister of Police.
No other task team in South Africa has achieved the success nor has been able to investigate and ensure the successful prosecution of perpetrators of political motivated
with a
murders.
noticeable decrease of
The directive by the Minister of Police to disband the national task team has been noted. The initial objective and the directive by the President has been achieved,
remains responsible for the
with a noticeable decrease of political-related killings in KwaZulu-Natal, as a result of the National Task Team's intervention and relentless pursuit of its mandate. The South African Police Service remains responsible for the finalization of those dockets in possession of the task team, as well as the finalization of the dockets which are currently before court. The following steps are being taken to wind down the task team without compromising pending investigations or court processes. The 128 dockets which are under investigation and allocated to the National Task Team will be retained by the task team, and investigations will be finalized, and audits will be done of those dockets still under investigation in order to establish which dockets can be returned to the station of origin or allocated to other investigation units within SALT. The current capacity of the National Task Team will be gradually scaled down. The only personnel who are required to finalize the dockets retained by the national team. The scaling down of the team will depend on the 115 dockets that are currently pending in courts, with most of the court dates in the year 2025. It is anticipated that the team will complete the work before the end of 2025. However, seriousness of the cases and processes of court will indicate the cause of action. So the third response, and then now the 22nd of January. This is the response of the National Commission.
Report is that General
And this is what I would have expected.
indicates clearly
And,
black and white that the
or
objective
any
is not
other
achieved.
kind of
And what would then
response.
happen?
So what is evident here
But in particular,
is
there was never
from the
an
disbandment
an
report is that
objection
General
to the
Masimula
so the letter as a whole
indicates
the
clearly in
preliminary
black and
report as
white
a whole
that the objective has been
doesn't
achieved
indicate any
and what would then happen.
objection whatsoever.
But
supported
in
the
particular,
directive.
there was never an objection to the directive.
So on
So the letter as a whole, no, the preliminary report as a whole,
we go
doesn't
together
indicate
to the portfolio
any
committee. We make a
objection whatsoever.
presentation
He
on the
supported
directive. It
the
is
directive
accepted by the portfolio committee,
in full.
and on the 6th of March,
So
we
on
sit together. We discuss
on 5 March,
in more detail.
we go
the
together
presentation
to the
of
portfolio committee.
the,
We make a presentation
wounding,
on the
up
directive. It is accepted by the portfolio
or
committee.
wounding down.
And on the 6th of March,
the National
we
Political
sit
Killings
together.
Task Team,
We
and so
discuss
on, which is
in
now
more detail the
operationalizing
presentation
the
of the
all of
the
that
wounding
indicated
up
that we were together,
or wounding down
even on
of
the meeting of the
the
7th,
National Political Killings Task
even
Team,
though there was
and so on,
the
which is now
additional,
operationalizing the
a
directive.
docket which was no longer in line with what
All
we
of
agreed
that
on the 6th.
indicated
But the
that
principle remained.
we
it was
were
never reversed,
together,
that
even on the meeting of the
what the
7th,
national,
even though
national
there was the
indicated
additional
is,
docket,
followed,
which was no
by
longer
all
in
of
line
us.
with what we had agreed on the
it was to
6th.
say,
But the
don't
principle
add any
remained,
other
it was never
because
reversed.
It will be counterproductive of
that
winding down the side, adding
what the
cases, through another door,
National Commissioner
and so on. But the
indicated
principle,
is
remained
being
so that it
followed
could be
by all of us. But
going
it was to
forward.
say, don't add
Now,
any other because it will be counterproductive. We're winding
now
down the site,
exactly
we're
where
adding cases
I'm supposed
through
to
another
stop,
door,
and I want
and
to
so on.
then
But the
close
principle
by saying,
remained so that
in the
it
whole
could be
of this,
operationalized going
the
forward.
message that I was
Now,
convinced
I
with, as we
am now
went towards December,
exactly where I'm supposed to stop that I learned. I want to then close by saying, and in the whole of this, is that the message that I was convinced with shift from as we went towards December, and the lesson that I learned, and the principle that I adopted, and would want to stand by, is that matter is matter. And that the shift from ordinary people on the ground, wherein we are seen to be servicing them, instead of being seen to be servicing people up the hierarchy and we're creating distance at their expense, who happen to be or in government, be seen to believe in them, is exactly what we are all complaining about. The figures indicate that we are creating an element of elitism who is suffering in government, and we are creating distance. Those of us who happen to be in government for that time being. And we cut ourselves out of the people away from the problem. The figures indicate who is dying, who is suffering, who is actually a victim of matters in South Africa. Is the majority of people, by the way, and therefore, don't drive resources away from the problem, because that's the core of the problem. Don't drive this service. Don't drive this objective of stopping what is happening in the interest of a few people who, by the way, matter, when I was writing but not more than the majority of people in South Africa. That, by following that particular principle, is a principle that it would sort of be seen to be swimming against drove me when, and I embodied when I was writing this letter. And I sought to make a difference in the portfolio by following that particular principle, even if it would sort of be seen to be swimming against the tide in terms of the sentiment, the general sentiment. And I said, I shouldn't be taken away from a principle in favor of a sentiment that would subject the majority of people. And would make me ask a question that I couldn't answer. I thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, and possibly others. Did you ever hold a meeting and have a discussion agenda item with the National Commissioner of Police and possibly other senior subs members? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there were possibly other agenda items. But agenda item, disbandment of being KTT, the disbandment of a PKTT. Did you ever have such a meeting?
On the first,
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there were possibly other agenda items.
We discussed this
but
the
disbandment of the PKTT being a focal point. Did you ever have such a meeting?
It was not the first of November. It was review of the We discussed this matter and on the 22nd, and I think there are attachments that point to the content of our discussion on the day. But it was not disbandment. It was review of the PKTT. And on the 22nd, it was the same. Because at that time...
Apologies, Minister. Perhaps let's work through that answer with reference to the actual annexures. You referenced the meeting of the 1st of November.
The 1st of November.
You have attached a document marked SM1 that should be in your file 2 or 5.
Draft minutes.
That should be the first
dated 1 November
document in that file.
Please, excuse me.
I don't see that file.
And it should read draft minutes dated 1 November 2024. Please, excuse me.
I don't see that file. I don't want to take a lot of time. That 4. Page 1. Yes, I'm back.
Yeah, I was just drawing your attention. In response to the chair's question, you started with the meeting of the 1st of November. And I was pointing out that your annexure SM1
Yes,
states that it's a draft
I'm
minute
back.
of I was just drawing your attention. In response to the chair's question, you started with the meeting of the 1st of November. And I was pointing out that your
it should be
annexure
2 of
SM1
5. The minister's annexure
states that
2
it's
of
a
5.
draft minute
And in fact, you should
of
have a
the
tab
meeting of the 1st of
SM1.
November.
Ms. Silo, maybe check that the minister's got the right file. It looks like he's got the wrong document in front of him.
It should be 2 of 5. The minister's annexures 2 of
The
5.
actual minute starts
And
at
in fact, you
page
should have a
96,
tab.
marked SM1.
I don't see some.
And you see, it's
Yes.
okay.
I see.
So-
I see those paragraphs.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Minister.
Commissioner Baloyi.
Yes.
I
Page,
understood your answer. You'll correct
The
me
actual
if I'm
minute
wrong.
starts at page 96.
Your answer to my question, whether you
Okay.
ever had a
And you see, it's,
Yes,
okay.
an
I see.
agenda.
I see those paragraphs.
Thank you, Minister.
Yes.
I understood your answer. You'll correct me if I'm wrong. Your answer to be that. Your answer to my question, whether you ever had a meeting at the meeting of 1 November, an agenda item of which what was specifically the disbandment of the PKTT. I understood your answer to be that there never was such a meting, but that at the meeting of 1 November 2024, what was discussed was the review. I want to show that amongst others, what the PKTT. Did I understand you correctly? With your answer. Indeed, let me take you to page 99
Second
of the
paragraph
document
after the
you've just been referred
you have the
to.
bullet point.
I want to show that
Then you have the paragraph that
what
follows.
is
going
in
to
there
read
actually
the next
accords
paragraph. It
with
says,
your answer.
The minister further indicated that there must be
The second paragraph
and
after the
review
bullet. So at the
of
top you have the
certain
bullet point,
capabilities such as
and then you have the
political
paragraph that
killings
follows.
team,
I'm
which
going
are
to read
primarily
the next paragraph. It
about
says,
address
the minister
serious
further
crimes.
indicated that
Something wrong
there
there.
must be
He stated that
reconsideration
such should
and
guard
review
against creating
of certain
structures /
capabilities
units
such as
based on
the
specific
political
categories,
killings task
whilst
team,
these
which are
duplicate
primarily
existing capabilities,
about
bracket,
address serious
killings,
crimes.
political
There's something
killing,
wrong there.
all being
He stated
about
that subs
matters
should guard
close
against creating structures
So I'm
/
saying
units
that this
based
actually
on
accords
specific
with your
category,
answer.
whilst
Now,
these duplicate
move on.
the existing capabilities, bracket, e.g. text killings, political killing, all being
From
about
then,
murders, close.
that point, that is from 1 November.
So I'm saying that this actually accords with your answer.
Up to and
Now,
including
let's move
31
on.
December 2024. Did you ever have any other meeting
From then,
that
that
discussed
point, that is from
the
1 November
disestablishment of the PKT?
2024, up to and including 31
Similar,
December
meaning still a
2024.
review.
On the 22nd.
Did you
Still
ever
about a
have
review.
any other meeting
So
that
effectively,
discussed
or perhaps
the disestablishment of the
question I
PKT?
almost asked.
We had a
Minister,
more or less similar meeting.
What was
Similar,
the
meaning
relationship
still a review,
On the
working
22nd.
still about a review.
Yes.
between you
So
and the
effectively,
National
or
Commissioner
perhaps
from the time
before
you
the question I almost
of
asked.
police
Minister,
up to the 31st
what was
of
the
December
relationship,
2021? What was the
working relationship
of
like
course between the two?
between you and
was,
the National Commissioner from the time you became Minister of Police
very good working
up to
relationship.
the 31st of December 2021?
Now,
What was the
On the
working relationship
31st of
like
December
between the two of you?
2024,
It was what I could describe
you
as a very
surprised
good
everybody.
relationship.
Very
Working
good, very good
subs,
working
in
relationship.
particular,
Thank you.
the top management.
Now,
with your
on the
decision
31st
of
of
that
December
day.
2024,
and you do this having
you surprise
very
everybody
working relationship
within SAPS, in particular, the top management, with your decision. You accept that is effectively what you did. And you do this having, if I were to, very good working relationship. You drop a bomb with the National Commissioner of Police.
Not exactly.
You accept that is effectively what you did. You, as it were, if I were to be metaphorical, you drop a bomb like that.
With anticipated, not exactly.
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Why not?
The reason is that had been established, then extended in the narrative that starts from 2019, that with anticipated, right from the beginning, is for 6 months. And then it gets a reintegration of the team that had been established. Then extending. The narrative was always that of the NPKTT in the minds of right from the beginning is for 6 months. And then it gets extended another 6 months. Then a year. It is anticipated. Then another year. But it is in the minds of. It is something that we should be doing. Management, even when in the minds of SAPS management combined, functional, both from the ministry and from management. So, yes, it is anticipated. An element of surprise. It is expected. It is something that because it's something we should be doing. Has been even when you now have the mind teams spoken about, functional, and it has always been something that we could do anytime. Yes, maybe an element of surprise, somebody to come forward and not say, exactly, because it's something that has been
the PKTT
in the mind, has been spoken about, and it has always been something that we could do anytime.
When there would
just required somebody to come forward and say the time is this one.
At which the PKTT report is in existence. It was always and for the time, correct, when there would be interministerial committee meetings at which the PKTT would report. Most of these meetings, it was always praised throughout. Correct? One event you referred to, and which is most, in fact, all of these meetings. Let me say most perhaps. Most of these meetings are post the one event you referred to, which is and the work study is in 2019. The work study. So most of these meetings go into the 2000s, and it's not just one meeting. They go into the 2000s, and the work study is in 2019. Am I correct? Yes. So beyond the work study, correct. That now you partly rely on, because the PKTT is being praised at meetings of the interministerial committee. Correct. Correct. Now you are suggesting that because something had happened or had been said in the work study, therefore senior management of SAPS must have expected that you could just drop what I will continue to call this bombshell, even though they have been praised throughout, right up to the time of the last meeting of the IMC. No, they were actually expecting a disbandment of years. Can you seriously say that they were being praised? And this is way after
on the last
work study. I am saying, Minister, right up to the last meeting of the IMC, which was in the 2000s in terms of years, they were being praised. And this is way after the work study report. On what basis can you? What I'm saying is, surely if they are being praised, Minister, they can't expect that, but we're going to go terminate the very following day. So what I'm putting to you is They are being praised. On what basis can you? On what basis could they think seriously contend that they must have been expecting that the PKTT would be disbanded? Just on what basis? By no means. They are being praised for what they do. On what basis could they think, despite our performance, good performance, insofar as I'm not talking about Dr. Dehas and other people, and I'm by no means judging what they, Dr. Dehas and others have said, not at all. But I'm saying, in accordance with the assessment of the IMC, they are performing very, very well. On what basis can you seriously suggest that they must have been expecting that they could be disbanded any
National
day?
Commissioner in the preliminary report says, firstly, on the basis they were supposed to achieve, subsequent which is not something, and I'm careful, you will correct me, just shortly after the letter of the directive. It would have been there. National Commissioner in the preliminary report says they have achieved what they were supposed to achieve, which is not something that I think just arose after the directive. It would have been there, noticed, and they would have been seen even by that is my point number one. Not only in other words. And secondly, I would say, and commended, but on the basis achieved, on the basis that therefore they would have been seen even by management, not only to have especially performed very well and commended, but have achieved what they were set up to achieve. And this is backed by stats, the deterioration, the decrease, substantive decrease, especially in 2023, of political matters, indicated by stats, for which they were down to 11, and 2024 down to 7 matters in the meetings in November. And though on the basis, sheer basis of the problem, or the challenge for which they were established,
Minister,
and then
I have a serious difficulty
discussions in the meetings in
if you
November.
were giving us that answer having consulted
There
with
would
them
have
and
been
they had
that
said
kind
this before
of
you took the decision,
understanding
your
that
answer would
they have
make sense.
achieved their role.
Your answer does not make sense because it's something I have a serious difficulty with that answer. After you had taken that decision. See, if you were giving us that answer having consulted with them and they had said this before you took the decision, your answer would make sense. You knew nothing about your answer does not make sense because it's something that you get to know after you had taken that decision. Means nothing. So on that basis, I say, or I suggest to you, Minister, that your answer does not make sense. Would you accept that? You knew nothing about what General Masemula would say after you had taken that decision. So that means nothing insofar as your decision is concerned. Do you accept that?
A surprise and giving, but even in this, if you refer to the meetings of November,
Minister,
1 and
please,
22 November,
I don't interrupt.
I wouldn't
lightly.
Necessarily agree with you
I'm
that
not talking about
it was
what
a surprise and giving all the background, because we
question,
were already now in November.
Minister, please, I don't interrupt lightly. I'm saying, but I'm not talking about what had happened before now. I am asking a question that relates to what you say happened after you had taken your decision. So I do not see how you now go back. I'm saying that your answer that General Masemula says, what the PKTT was set up to achieve had been achieved, sort of aligns with your decision. So I'm saying in your mind, that answer or could not to my question does not make sense. Your decision because what General Masemula says after you had taken post the taking of your decision could not have been a factor in your mind or could not in any way have informed your decision because you get to hear of it after you had taken your decision. So I suggest to you that the answer to my question does not make sense. Do you get me now? Do you get me? Do you agree with my suggestion to you?
I would say the answer to your question lies not necessarily on the meeting, on the preliminary, was not preliminary report on the 22nd January. It lies in the meeting in November. Before I wrote the directive. The 1st of November,
was a point minister ever reached,
even though it was not
meeting?
Directly
Was a point ever reached?
The answer lies there that there is this review, there is this discussion, there is this anticipation.
Was a point minister ever reached at the November meeting or at any other meeting? Was a point ever reached at the November meetings? November meetings which were about a review. Was a point ever reached at those meetings or at any other meeting before 31 December 2024 that there should be disbandment? Was such a point ever reached? Was such a point ever reached?
My argument
that there should be disbandment. Was such a, please, not an argument, just a response to that question. Before 31 December, it's a very simple one.
In the sense
and yes or
when
no.
When you are the minister, I'm talking about
unless
when you
you
are the
must
minister.
explain.
Let's forget about
was
the
such a
work
point
study.
ever reached, Minister, that there should
I
be
don't even agree that
there was anything that there should
I would
be
say many
disbandment
times, Commissioner.
But anyway, before 31 December 2024, the
In
November
the sense
meetings,
that
when you are the minister, I'm talking about when you are the minister. Let's forget about the work study. So I'm giving you a time, and I don't even agree that there was anything that there should be disbandment even there. But anyway, was such a point ever reached? The November meetings up to 31 December 2024 was a point ever reached. So I'm giving you a timeline. Was a point ever reached? That is why that I want the PKTT should be disbandment. Was such a point ever reached that the
no,
PKTT
it was not. That point was never
so
reached.
Your answer is that no
except
such
in
point
context
was ever reached.
of what
Yeah,
was
you see why I'm asking you this question, because you keep going back to the November meetings. That is why I want a categorical answer from you now whether a point was ever reached that the PKTT should be disbanded. So your answer is that no such point was ever reached.
No such point was ever reached directly, as you ask.
With the National Commissioner Minister. Now, who do you my next point was best? You have a very good working relationship. I'm using your exact words. Yeah, to brief you on whether or not with the National Commissioner Minister. Who do you think was best placed? Bear in mind that you have a very good working relationship with the National Commissioner on whether or not the PKTT should be disbanded. Police Service, the South African Police Service. You have a very good working relationship with a person who... Bear in mind that you have a very good working relationship with the National Commissioner of Police. Our entire Police Service, the South African Police Service, you have a very good working relationship with the person who heads it. Who do you think was best placed to brief you on whether the PKTT should be disbanded?
Not necessarily to say, come and brief me on the disbandment. I would be informed by discussions. I would be informed by conclusions on those discussions, not necessarily to say, come and brief me on the disbandment. That is the imperative. But looking at if I needed a briefing, but I took it that the discussions that we had by that time informed all of us.
That answers my
that is the
my
imperative
question.
that we are getting to. looking at
clear
organizational structures,
indication
looking
on
at where
a
we were going.
particular warm body
Somebody needed
or
to take a decision,
particular
and
warm
I took the
bodies.
decision.
And I try to assist you.
Minister, I'm not sure that answers my question. I want a clear indication on a particular warm body or particular warm bodies. And I try to assist you by making a specific reference to the person that heads to advise / brief you police on whether the PKTT should, of which you are the minister. Or does the length? I'm asking for a warm body or warm bodies that, as you sit there, you take the view that there is not a single person to advise / brief you on whether the PKTT should be disbanded. Or does the long explanation you give suggest that, as you sit there, you take the view that there is not a single person that you thought would be best placed to brief you on whether you were entitled to just take the decision. A task team of the South African Police Service that the National Commissioner heads should brief you. Are you saying have been best placed to brief you? As you sit there, there is no such person. So you were entitled to just take the decision. I've not dropped the first part, without at all. Who do you think was best placed to brief you? A particular. And then there's the second prong, which is should have been best placed to brief you. Are you suggesting that there's no such person?
Commissioner, I would.
So the question is two-pronged, as it were. I've not dropped the first part, which is who do you think was best placed to brief you? And then there's the second prong, which is as you sit there, are you suggesting that there's no such person?
That there should be a review, but no, I'm merely saying on disbandment. We had discussions, in other words, briefings from the National Commissioner in November, and we were agreeing that there should be a review, but it was not particularly on disbandment.
I'm not asking you about what was done or
there
what
would
was
have
not
been
done.
identification of the need for a briefing before. It would have been
Again, Minister, I'm asking about a person that would have been best placed. I'm not asking you about what was done or what was not done. We all know you. Who is the person? Who is the functionary that would have been best placed to brief you? That's a very simple question, Minister. Please. Disbanded. Is that correct?
It is the National Commissioner.
Now, if he was the we all know you did. We all know that you took the decision without him to brief you, asking him to brief you on whether the PKTD should be disbanded. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, if he was the person best placed to brief you, why did you not ask him to brief you?
31, I write
29, when you finally did
this
what?
Decision, as I say,
when you finally did what?
Flows from the break to reflect the 29th on what when I finally took the break. 29, so 30, on the 31, I write
29, when you finally did what?
29 December.
When you finally did what?
When I finally took the break to reflect on what we had been doing all the time. Engaging. So I reflect on the 28th. In the meantime, I reflect on the 30th. Space for all of us to I say, if it comes to a point where we have to review, let me issue this directive, and then we will start engaging after that. And in the meantime,
if you
there would then be space for all of us to engage. If it comes to a point where we have to review the decision through the preliminary report or something else, that I would be prepared to do.
If you were open to a review, what was the big rush? What was the big rush? If you were open to a possible review which could have resulted in the reversal of the decision, what was the big rush? You say 29, 30, 31, you decide. What was the big rush? What was the big rush,
Minister? Supposed to have happened before. The rush, if I could use your words, Commissioner, was to give an indication that what was supposed to have happened before, so that and the wrongs that were going on in terms of budgeting and so on. We agree. Let us discuss those at the beginning of the year, but the decision is being taken that we disband, and so that we now focus on the decision, whether we agree, all of us, on this, or we don't agree, it would be fine. But I was flexible and I was open to that decision, but don't postpone taking a decision at the time that you think you need to take a decision. And I didn't see anything wrong in taking the decision, but open and flexible to whatever that could come after the engagement. There are decisions that there are instances where decisions have been taken, and you say this decision needs to be taken in the interest of the public, and then we will consult. There are such instances that have happened in government.
Minister, I still don't understand that explains the big rush, especially if you say that you were open to being convinced that the decision ought not to be in a terrible rush. So my question is, why start with a decision rush? Why this terrible rush? And await a possible reversal if you are convinced.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily
it just gives me the sense that you were in a terrible rush. So my question stands: why the big rush? Why this terrible rush?
The powers. I wouldn't.
Don't understand.
I wouldn't necessarily say it was a big rush discussion. I didn't see anything wrong. It merely was an exercise of
ministers don't issue directives for directives.
Issue a directive which I could use and then have a discussion. I didn't see anything wrong with a decision and then we discussed.
Ministers don't issue directives for directives' sake. Tell me why could you not rather only disband say to the National Commissioner, if you were not National Commissioner, I am minded to disband the PKTT. Do it that way. I just don't understand. Please tell me why I should not do so and only disband the PKTT if you were not satisfied with the reasons that he gave you. General, why did you not do it that way? I just don't understand this inverted decision, as it were. Decision, but I may be convinced to reverse it. That doesn't make sense to me. Why did you not say to General Masemula, General, I'm minded to disband the PKTT. Give me reasons why I should not do so.
And I didn't think that was constituting any offense, I didn't think that that particular way any law, commissioners. As it were. I thought that in breach of the I would give the directive,
Minister,
and
did you
we
not
would sit down and have a discussion as indicated in my letter. And I didn't think that was constituting any offense, or that it was in breach of any law, as it were, or in breach of the Constitution.
The work that Minister, did you not realize in terms of that the disbandment of the PKTT would all of the various stages at which they serious implications? Did you not realize both in terms of the work that it performed?
Well, I didn't.
In terms of all the dockets that it handled, this was not a decision at all of the various stages at which they were. Did you not realize yes, that too has financial implications? But I think the implications.
I didn't write anything about dockets.
This was not a decision like let us buy a generator for the department. You know. It was not that, yes, that too has financial implications. But I think the implications of disbanding the PKTT would be far-reaching. Do you accept that? That is so.
On what was happening in relation to dockets. I didn't indicate anything about dockets because I understood that preliminary report and when I issued this directive, it doesn't have immediate implications on what was happening in relation to documents, and it wouldn't have, because that would be a subject of discussion in the preliminary report and subsequent meetings that would take place. This was a mere decision to say, let's start the process of engagement.
So far as you were concerned, the effect of your decision would be down the line, because you say
that the effect of my decision would be assessed properly,
if it
engaged
were to
on
take effect, it
after
would
the decision
take
in the
down
preliminary
line. If it were to take effect, and I'm saying if it were to take effect, because you say
your decision were to
there
take
could have
effect,
been
it
the
would take
possibility
effect
of a
down the
reversal.
line. Do you accept
So
that?
if it were to take effect,
takes me
it
back to
would
my
take
question as
effect
to-
down the line. Do you
It's
accept
not
that?
as if once you said disbanded
If there would be-
immediately,
If your decision were to take effect, it would take effect down the line.
So
Do you accept that?
where the
Yes, I
case,
accept.
I
Yes.
go back to
This
my
takes me
question,
back to my
why
question
did
as
you
to-
rush and say disbanded
It's not as if
immediately?
once you said
Why
disbanded
did you not
immediately,
invite
your
input
decision
on
will
whether they
take
should be
effect
disbanded?
immediately. So if that were the case, I go
that
back to my
itself,
question, why did you rush and say disbanded
clearly
immediately?
got written with,
Why did you not
fair
invite
space
input
for
on
engagement.
whether there should be a
As I
disbandment
said
at all?
before, it was not to say stop
Commissioners,
everything.
the
As
letter
of
itself, as I've
minding that it
indicated,
was 31st of December.
clearly got
And it
written
says,
with a
let's
fair
engage
space
through the
for
preliminary
engagement.
report.
Exactly my
As I
point.
said before,
Exactly my point.
It was
Why
not
engage
to say
before?
stop
Why rush
everything
to the
as
decision to
of
disband
now,
immediately? Exactly my
minding
point,
that it was
Minister.
31st
But I will
of
move
December.
on.
And it says, let's engage through the preliminary report.
Exactly my point.
Yes.
Exactly my point. Why not engage before? Why rush to the decision to disband immediately? Exactly my point, Minister. But I will move on. I have a few other questions which may not be few because of. Maybe let me leave my colleagues. Perhaps will
General
deal with the
Sintumule told
disbandment
us
issue
that,
and your letter.
There are more than 10
later.
task teams
I have a few
nationally.
other questions
You
which
accept
may be
that this is indeed
which may
so,
not be
Minister?
few because of necessary follow-up questions. General Sintumule
Is there any
told
other
us that
task team
there are more than
that you
10
have
task
disbanded?
teams nationally.
There is a unit.
Do you accept
not a
that
task
this
team,
is indeed
that
so,
is
Minister?
The police inspectorate.
You talking about a task team. Is there any other task team? Is there any other task team that you have disbanded?
There is no other task team. There is a unit, not a task team, that we disbanded. That the police inspectorate.
Talking about a task team, Minister.
Established by National Commission.
Is there any other task team that you have disbanded?
There is no other task team that
sure I understand
that we
that
disbanded because
I
the
read
only
your
one
statement, Minister,
that we
to
could
say
talk about
that
was MPKTT because the other
can
ones were established by National
operate
Commission and they fell within
even
its purview.
in the, or put it this way, I'm not sure I understand.
You say that
answer.
this idea
I
that
read your statement, Minister, to say that
play a role
you
on
can
operational matters
operate
incorrect. You say
even
so in your statement.
in the, or put it
And
this way,
some of the operational
you say that
matters
this
would be
idea that
matters
you
that
cannot
concern,
play a role
the purview of
on
function,
operational
obviously,
matters
of the
is
commissioner.
incorrect.
And
You say so in your
anything
statement.
that relates to
And
whatever
some
the
of the
National Commission
operational
may have
matters
done.
would be
Would that not be
matters
correct?
that concern
To the extent that you say that
the purview of
constitutionally,
function,
because you
obviously,
say that
of
you
the
can
commissioner,
act even
and indeed
operationally. You say
anything
that comes
that
from
relates
the
to
Constitution.
whatever the national
So
commissioner
constitutionally,
may
you
have
say
done.
You may
Would that not be correct?
engage in
To the extent that you
operational
say
matters,
that
correct? That's in your
constitutionally,
statement.
because you say that you can act even operationally. You say that comes from the Constitution. So constitutionally, you say you may engage in operational matters, correct?
And be based where?
That's in your statement.
That is away. That is not
No,
to say,
no, Minister, no, please.
practically
I'm
go and
just saying,
constitute,
you say in your statement
decide who must get
that
into
the Constitution
into the team,
empowers you
go
to play
and
a
be
role
based
even
where?
in operational matters.
That
Does
is
your
away
statement
from
not
that.
No, Minister, no, please. I'm just saying, you say in your statement that the Constitution empowers you to play a role even in operational matters. Does your statement not say so?
It says so, but in italics.
Sorry?
It says so in italics, and I want to emphasize that. Your constitutional it meant that you
So you made all right, let me listen,
and
yes.
the National Commissioner has his duty.
Let me listen, Minister,
But you
yes.
don't operate with it was to say that while you have your constitutional duties and the exercise identified by the Constitution, and the National Commissioner has his duties, but you don't operate with the Chinese wall between yourselves. It is the two sides of
So you
the
are
same
saying
coin,
that
as I indicated. Therefore, when exercising your duties,
so you
are
are saying,
aware
I'm taking you back to your point about
how they
not
will
having
impact
suspended any other task
practically
team.
or
So effectively,
yes,
you are
practically.
saying that. So you are saying then,
Operational,
Minister,
yes.
even sorry,
yes.
a task
Operational.
team operation. So you are saying, I'm taking you back to your point about not having suspended any other task team. So effectively, you are saying that it was set up by the even if a task team
there would be
may be operating in the most criminal and horrendous manner, you would never ever disband it purely because it was set up by the National Commissioner.
No, I'm not saying that. There would be an engagement, there would be a discussion to say, what is happening here? And let us discuss what we are getting in terms of what this task team is doing,
And if
or
the
what is
National
happening around this task team,
Commissioner dug in
either because it gives
his
us
heels,
bad image or for
you
whatever
throw
reason,
your hands up
then
in
we
the
would
air and
engage
say,
because
I'm not disbanding this
that
task
would
team
be
because
a
it was
task team
established by the National
established
Commissioner.
in terms of 1120. We would engage
And
further.
if the National Commissioner
let's take you to
his
the
heels,
very end point.
you throw
where
your
even
hands
you
up
are
in the
satisfied
air and
that
say,
further engagement
I'm not disbanding this
is not going
task
to take
team
you
because
anywhere.
it was established by
So
the
the
National Commissioner.
is digging in his
Not
heels.
at all.
You
We
throw
would
your hands
engage
up in
further.
the air.
Not at all. It would
No,
be
let's
now
take you to the very end point
because the National
where even
Commissioner
you
is
are
appointed by
satisfied
the
that further engagement is not going to take you anywhere.
We are becoming compatible.
So the National Commissioner
with
is
the
digging
National
in his
Commissioner
heels.
based
You
on
throw your hands up
1,
in
2,
the air.
3. Not at all. It would
What
mean
would-
that we are now incompatible. And
I will
because
leave
the
it at
National
that
Commissioner is
because, I
appointed
was
by the
tempted to
President,
say, and then a new,
I would go to the President to
National
say
Commissioner is
we are
appointed,
becoming
and that
compatible
National Commissioner is
with the
happy
National
with the
Commissioner
existence of
based
that,
on 1,
that
2,
task team,
3.
but I will leave it there.
And then he
Because I
takes a
just want to test this idea that you can I will leave it at that because I was tempted to say, and then a new National Commissioner is appointed, and that National Commissioner is happy with the existence of that task team, but I will leave it there.
Yes, you can
Because I
only
just want to
disband
test this idea that you
as
can
Minister
only
created
disband task
created
teams
by
that have
first
been created because
by
you, the
whom, by
minister,
the way?
cannot create any task teams.
Yes, you can only
Task teams created by whom?
saying, yes, you can only disband the task team
was not created
as
by
Minister
Created by whom?
National Commission.
created by first
Because you, the minister, cannot create any task teams.
interministerial. And then, no, I'm saying decided that this one, should be, as I say, was not created by the
But that's what
National Commission.
informed the decision.
It was created
But
through the
the
intervention
actual
of the
creation
President,
would have been
then
in
the
terms
task team,
of statute,
the interministerial,
and where would
and
that be?
then
It would be in subs.
deciding
And
that there should
it must
be
have been by the National Commission
a
ultimately.
mechanism.
But
May have
that's
been
that's
informed
what
by what the
informed the
President
decision.
said,
But
Yes.
the actual creation would have been in terms of statute, and where would that be? It would be in subs, and it must have been by the National Commissioner ultimately. May have been informed by what the President said, that filtering down to the IMC, then that filtering down to the National Commissioner. So this must have been created by the National Commissioner as well. Because statutorily, there is no way that something called an interministerial committee could, as a matter of law, set up a task by the National Commissioner. That is not possible.
They took a decision,
but in law, Minister,
that
it would have
there
been
should
created
be
by the
a
National
mechanism
in law.
Yes,
it
in the
would
form
have,
of a
but the
task.
actual creation in law, the
Yes.
actual creation in law would have been by the National Commissioner.
Operational.
By the National
It would be
Commissioner.
operationalized.
But in law, Minister, it would have been created by the National Commissioner. In law. Yes, it would have, the creation would have been informed by the IMC decision, but in law, the actual creation would have been by the National Commissioner. By whomsoever.
I see.
You see, what I'm testing here is this idea that in law, there are some task teams that are created by, I don't know whom, and others that are created by the National Commissioner, and that those that are created by whomsoever, you are entitled to disband. But those that are created by the National Commissioner, you cannot disband. I don't understand that as a matter of law. Anyway, let me move on, Minister.
But I want to put just one point, that
National
this
Commission
one,
can take a decision to
NPKTT,
entities
was, the decision was through a directive
I'll move on, Minister.
of the executive
You say the PKTT
side of
expenditure
government,
could not be
and then
justified.
it was operationalized.
Did you compare it
This
to the
other
expenditure of other task
National
teams?
Commissioner can take a decision to establish and to
we were dealing
disestablish.
with the-
It has
the
nothing to do
overall
with the directive.
allocation of the
I'll
budget.
move on, Minister.
And I
You
only
say the
complained
PKTT
about
expenditure
the
could
management,
not
the way
be
we're
justified.
managing the
Did you compare it with the expenditure
the
of
budget
other task
allocated.
teams?
I did talk about.
No, we were dealing
less
with
expenditure
the
on
overall
detectives,
allocation
less expenditure
of the
on
budget
other
and
enablers.
I only complained
So it was
about
not necessarily to
the
be
management,
confined
the
to
way
a
we were
particular
managing
task team. It was spread in the whole organization.
the budget and
to say
allocating
we
it.
are not
I
allocating the
did
resources
talk about
correctly here.
less expenditure on detectives, less
Minister,
expenditure
you
on other
have said
enablers.
the
So it was not necessarily
expenditure
to be
of the
confined to a
PKTT
particular
was
task
not
team.
justified.
It was
I'm
spread
asking you
in
a
the
simple
whole
question.
organization
Did
to
you
say
compare
we are not
that
allocating the
expenditure
resources
with the expenditure of
correctly
other
here
task teams?
and
It's a
here.
simple question. Minister,
or
did you not? You have said
No, I didn't
the
compare it with
expenditure
other
of the
task teams, but
PKTT was
I do
not
want to
justified.
say
I'm
there
asking you a
isn't
simple question.
to
Did you
remove
compare that expenditure
Police
with the
inspectorate
expenditure
was
of other
exactly,
task teams?
the
It's a
same
simple question.
as that of
Did you or did you not?
task team. No, I didn't compare it
Thank
with
you.
other task teams.
So,
but
Minister, for all you
I
know,
do want to say
the
the
expenditure
reason
of other task
to
teams
remove the
well have
police
been
inspectorate was
significantly
exactly
higher than that of
the
the
same
PKTT.
as that of the task team, the National Political Killings Task
For
Team.
all you know, so Minister, for all you know, the expenditure of other task teams could have been significantly higher than that of the
Or could be
PKTT,
less.
but could be significantly higher also.
Come again?
For all you know,
And could be significant.
the expenditure of the other task teams could well have been significantly higher than that of the PKTT,
Or could be less.
but could be significantly higher also. Did you ever assess
And could be significant.
No. Do you accept the possibility I'm positing to you, Minister? Do you? Of the more than
Yes.
10 Thank you. Besides the PKTT, did you ever assess the utility of the others? Continued utility. Did you ever assess the continued utility
Not
of
exactly,
any other
but I'm
task
saying it
team?
was in the-
That is, of
in
the more than 10
form
task
of
teams. Besides the PKTT,
assessing
did you
the
ever
organizational
assess the utility of
structures,
the
all of
others?
them,
Continued utility
and-
of the others?
Not necessarily one by one. Not exactly, because even I'm saying it was in the form of
approach it
assessing
individual
the
team.
organizational structures,
We were looking
all of
at-
them, and
we were approaching
not necessarily
defining
one
the
by
problem.
one.
as that because even the PKTT, we didn't necessarily approach it as an individual team. We were looking at systems and so on. We were approaching or defining the problem as that of, from the macro point of view to say, what is it that we need to do with the structure? What do we need to do with the systems and so on? And as things came, we were then taking decisions as we reflected on what we saw as we were looking at the organization. That is how as we were doing our the inspectorate came in the form of discussion. It was not because we had an agenda item on any day saying police inspectorate, we are going to be discussing. It arose in our assessment as we were doing our work. And it came to our attention that there is police inspectorate. And by the way, what is it in the context of optimizing our budget? And later, by the way, what does NPKTT mean in the process of optimizing? And I'm sure there would have been any other that would have come as we process our thinking in terms of optimizing our budget.
The last question, Minister. I'm not altogether sure that the last answer answered my question, but I will not press. Why was it the first? Last question.
Now,
why
was
the PKTT the first task team
to be disbanded?
In fact, first and only to be disbanded. No, I said earlier, but my focus is more on first. Why was it the first task team to be disbanded?
Yes.
Talking task teams, Minister.
Now, I've indicated, Commissioner, that the first to be disbanded was not even a task team. It was a unit.
And only that's why. No, I said earlier, let's forget about the inspectorate, which you have said was a unit. Talking task teams, Minister.
Yes.
Why did you pick on the PKTT
in our discussion,
to be the first and only thus far
our attention
victim of disbandment?
Caught by now, we have stated the reasons in view of us discussing the structure in our discussion, our assessment, murder and robbery, and all of the history. Our attention got caught by no other task team PKTT that fell in the category as we in view of us discussing the structure in relation to 7 years. Murder and robbery and all of the history that we have been indicating. And there is no other task team that fell in that particular category as we were discussing. I'm sure there would have PKTT had been almost 7 years. It was this one that and there was impact on the budget and other related matters. So it came. If there was any other task team that came, and I'm sure there would have been another that would have come later on. But it was this one that caught our attention, and we then discussed it.
Minister, when did I know I said last question?
29,
I hope this
30,
will be
31.
last.
On those days,
when did the
I was no longer moving up and down,
that
I was just
I must
sitting
disband
and
the
reflecting on what
PKTT
we had
first
been
strike
doing
you?
in the last 5 months. And I picked up what I thought 29, 30, the most important things on those days, especially when I was no longer moving up and down. And I was just sitting and reflecting on what we had been doing in the last 5 months. And I picked up what I thought were the most important things. We then said, especially by the end of the 6 months. And it was things that would have needed to focus on at the beginning of the year. When I said, and which had a lot of impact on crime. And we then said, I identified those three. But it was just a process that came when I sat down, 29, 30, 31.
So the very day before, Minister, why I'm asking you that is because on December, or rather the very day before, the first one of the 3 days that you mentioned, together with the national. So the very day before, the 28th of November, 2024. December 2024. You were at a funeral, I think it was in Bangin, together with the National Commissioner of Police. I am thinking. And after the funeral, you wished each other well for the end of the year and so on. And you do not for a minute say to the National Commissioner that I am thinking in fact, I have decided to disband the PKTT. You are talking about and starting tomorrow, I'm actually going to work on my document in that regard. I was going to say, but I know what your answer will be. Your answer is going to be, no, Commissioner. You are talking about the 28th, and the thoughts but I will not struck me only on the 29th. I was going to say to you, it is very strange that you did not mention the disbandment to the National Commissioner on the 28th. But I will not suggest it because you say you were suddenly struck by this thought on the because you say you did not 29th. It, even though you said I will leave it at that. Not expect it to happen there and there. But I find it very strange that on something such so important, with the sort of implications that you yourself realize of, because you say you did not expect it, even though you said immediately, you did not expect it to happen there and there, on something so important, with such implications, that you would only have thought of it within 3 days of the issuance of your letter. So you think now, and you act very quickly within 3 days, poof, you've decided on an issue that is that important, with all of these implications. But I say I will not suggest so. I would, as I say, have suggested that.
Thank you very much.
At the latest,
the reflections that I made,
you should have mentioned this to the National Commissioner on the 28th at the funeral at Mpangeni. But I say I will not suggest so. You may comment if you want to.
Thank you very much. The work that we've been doing, because the reflections that I made on the 29th, on the 30th, and on the 31st, now, and were not necessarily was that I then out of for the rest of the work that we had been doing, because those reflections were taking the 5 months that I had been in office. Now, and what was happening only was that I then got time to sit down for the first time in 5 months, 6 months, to think carefully at the beginning, what is it that we've been doing? All these things, what is it that we need to do? What would be the impact, or what has been the impact of what we've been doing? How do we enhance the impact, particularly at the end of 6 months and at the beginning of the year? So all these things come together. I'm seated, I'm not driving, it is following morning and so on. And then it comes to me that there are 3 things in the directive that I need to isolate. So it was not necessarily and highlight, although that would make an impact in the first 6 months. It is these 3 that I ended up writing in the directive. On any particular course of action. So it was not necessarily I then said, but whatever I did on the 29th, or the 28th, although on the 28th, as I say, I had no solid summarizing what we had been doing in the past 5 months. I had not settled on any particular course of action, if any, until I then said, but whatever I did on the 29th, on the 28th, on the 30th, and on the 31st, was merely summarizing what we had been doing in the past 5 months. And then I then isolated these 3 directives and I wrote them.
Thank you, Mit. Minister, we meant to adjourn now at 4 o'clock. We've not changed our minds on that, and even though there's a couple of minutes to spare, we think it makes sense to adjourn at this stage. Meant to adjourn now at 4 o'clock. We've not changed our minds on that, and even though there's a couple of minutes to spare, we think it makes sense to adjourn at this stage. Ms. Sello, is that in order?
It is in order, Chair.
And we have decided to again start at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
That's correct, Chair.
Let's adjourn and resume at 8:30 tomorrow.
Thank you.